So as a woman entering into a male-dominated field, you have to prove that, I can produce the quality, I can produce the quantities. Most women in the recycling field are looked as pickers, collectors, and not really in the buyback center space or in the recycling space itself. You must be a bit resilient and bother them quite a bit until they can see how serious you are about what you want. My name is Ndlovu. I am the Managing Director of Seda Recycling and Waste Management. My company is based in Mpumalanga Province, in Komazi Municipality at Steenbok Village. The business started with myself and my business partner, Siyabonga Shabalala. He was working at the Department of Environmental Affairs, and I was a management consultant in Johannesburg. So after going through the different businesses that we're applying at the Department of Environmental Affairs for licenses and all that, he decided that why don't we do the same thing back home, because we're from the village here in Mpumalanga. So it's like, why don't we do, because we don't have something like that at home. The business was started actually in 2016. But at that time, it was not operational. We're still applying for licenses and getting the structures and communicating with the municipality of what we're trying to do. And then in 2017, that's when we officially started conducting business. So to do a recycling business, you either need to register with your local municipality, depending on how far in the recycling value chain you go, or with the Department of Environmental Affairs, to allow you permission to deal with waste, because there's a lot of environmental and health hazards. We had a lot of challenges. I think at the startup phase, it was always money. Like, money was a big challenge. We didn't have trucks, we didn't have anything, we didn't have machines. So you taking out of your own pocket and you're trying to do something. So that was the biggest challenge. And then once we accessed finance from the ITC, there were new challenges that came with it, because we now had to manage our cash flow. We had to know how much money was coming in, how much money was leaving. We had to get more staff. You get over the one challenge and there's a new one that comes up. So there's always something to work on. So when we started, it was just me and Siyabonga at first, but we decided to do a trial run. So we got some of the friends that we had back home. So there were actually 6 of us who were busy doing the business. We didn't really have any capital. We used our own cars from families that we had borrowed to collect bottles and sell. And then after the first sale, that's when we saw that it was feasible, it can be done. So with my business management skills, we developed a business plan. So we are now currently at 21 people that we hire on a permanent basis, and we have another 10 that are on a contract. And then following that, with obviously the assistance of Seda and all that, we're able to do our branding, our marketing and all that. So quality management systems from them, we got a financial system from them. Quality management system and the financial system has actually helped us quite a bit, because we are now able to track and manage the business a bit better than just seeing money coming in and money going out, and people are doing something, but there isn't really control on how they're going to do it or what sort of quality or consistency that comes out after that. Seda has done a lot for us, I think, in our area, because they've actually introduced us to other programs as well that are not Seda programs, where we've actually received funding from those programs as well. They've also helped us to win an award. Last year we won an award for Young Entrepreneur of the Year from the French South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry in partnership with Seda. So those are the nice, perks of working with Seda, but they mostly focus on the functionality of the business. That's when we go for mentorship. If you want to do extra training, you can always let them know, and they will be able to assist you or refer you to where you can get that type of training. Okay, we currently have 4 trucks that we used to collect in the 2 regions that we're working in. And we also have 3 baling machines. So that helps quite a bit to push production. Yeah. We got funding from ITC, like I had explained before, so that's how we got the first 2 baling machines. And the third one, we were referred by Seda to SAPI to say if we start supplying SAPI, they can assist us with the machine. So that's how we got that 3rd machine. But with the trucks, we did do a business plan with Seda post our first investment to say, can they please assist us to draft a proposal for getting trucks and give us because we do have motivation for it and how it can change the business. So they helped us with the business plan, and that's how we got the funds for the trucks. Currently have contracts with SAPI, Console, Collector Can, Waste Plan and Coruso to supply them with the different types of waste material that we have. Envision the business in the short term, in the next 2 years, to start processing itself, turning the waste into an end product of some sort. So that's my short-term goal. It requires a bit of technology to achieve it, but I think it's something that we can achieve in the next 2 years. But long-term, I mean, for me, you have to spread, hey? Like the more if you can spread, the better. The quicker you can do it, the better. If I could encourage other women who would like to be in this industry, I would say to them, it's not an easy job. There's a lot that you need to prove for you to be accepted into the industry, but it's not impossible. That's what I would say. It's not impossible. If you put your heart into it, you put your mind into it, you can definitely do it. And you have to ask for help when you need help. So you must go to Seda. They'll help you. To contact us, you can contact us on our number. It's 081-768-1052. But you can always find us on Facebook and Twitter with Siabadi Recycling in both. But I'm telling you, don't waste that waste. You must call Siabadi.
My name is Richard Samuel. I work at Brimmers Engineering. I'm the acting general manager for the company. I represent the management. Brimmers is situated in Middelburg at 22A Liter Street in the industrial area. So Brimmers Engineering was started in 2013. We believe that there is a need for a level 1B companies to provide a service to Eskom. We started the company with minimal capital at the beginning, and we have grown the company from there to where we are today. We started Brimmers with 3 employees. Today we have a head count of 37 people. We are currently providing services to most of the Eskom power stations, to Anglo Mines, Exaro and even South 32. We specialize in valves. And then we also do compressors, pumps, valves and other related mechanical services. Challenges is a trust factor, that the big companies outside do not always trust the level 1B companies. And I think it is an issue that we still encounter today from the big companies. We have worked really hard to earn their trust and to make sure that our service delivery is up to standard. The Seda program has assisted Brimmers Engineering with the ISO 9001, which is to ensure that the quality of the service delivery of the products that we deliver to the customers is of a high standard. The financial assistance has assisted us to procure the necessary equipment to deliver the services to the customers. Seda has also had different programs. The one was the Gazelle program, which Brimmers was in the top 3 and had a financial grant that was allocated to them. We do partake in different programs from the government, where we take in students to give them work exposure to ensure that they are ready for employment when they do enter the employment market. What motivates me with Brimmers Engineering and with the government services like Seda is, I think it is a perfect example of where South Africa needs to be. We come from different cultures and we just work together, and for me it is a great way of how we can make South Africa a better place by working together, even if we do come from different cultures. I would like to thank Seda for what they have done for Brimmers, and I would highly recommend that the other SMMEs take the effort, go to Seda, complete the paperwork and make sure that they are there to assist you. You're welcome to contact Brimmers Engineering at our landline number 013-246-1055, or you can have a look at our website. It's www.brimmers.co.za, or you can send us an email at info@brimmers.co.za. Thank you very much.
My name is Kabisile Octavian Ndlovu. The name of my business is Excepro, which is short for Excellent Service Providers. We are based in Mpumalanga, Ndabeni District. Excepro was registered in 2015. Then we started operating in 2016. And then in 2017, I was joined by my current business partner, who was my mentor, where I was working in a company in Secunda. Then I worked for another company, which is in Pretoria, doing the same thing, auto electrical services. I was busy looking for a job. Then I did electrical engineering at GS College. Then I decided to get into business of auto electrical. Then the challenges were to get a skilled auto electrician. It was also a challenge. Then another challenge was to get work from other companies, because we have to build the trust first. That's when they can start giving you jobs. But the first company, which was our breakthrough, is just down the road. It's called MCCS. They're the company which gave us the breakthrough. They gave us starters to do. They started us with 5 starters. We did them, they were happy. Another company which gave us a breakthrough is called New Heights. It's in Trichardt. We've been doing jobs for Government Municipality for about a year now. Then we've been doing jobs for Libra Landscape. This is a grass cutting machine, so sometimes the blades, they won't cut, then we'll fix the blades so that they can cut. So basically we are doing electrical, anything that is electrical on this machine. Our service are repairs of starters, repairs of alternators. We do wiring to all types of vehicles and machines. We do car diagnosis with a machine which we've got, and then we supply auto electrical parts, and then we do rewinding of armatures, stators and rotors. So I just saw Seda when I was passing. Then I saw their offices, that they are based here and they are helping small businesses. What they have done for us, Seda, they've did a website for us, which is very, very active now. Then they did, they gave us advertising boards, 3 advertising boards, and then they gave us an accounting system which we use for invoices and payroll system. And then we've got HR policies, which they've just done recently. They are very, very helpful for us because everything is now recorded. Over and above what we have received from Seda, we've also received a certificate for Proudly South African, which we got from SAB. They paid for membership for the whole year. We've also received machines from Sasol, which we are using now to test starters and alternators. Through the training that we've received from companies like Sasol, SAB, and the help that we've received from Seda, the business has grown from where it was like 3 years back. We have seen growth. We have seen growth in finances. We have seen growth in clients. Being a woman in a male-dominated industry, which is motor industry, I won't say it's easy. The challenges are there, but you just have to be purpose-driven. You just have to push harder. Since we are women, obviously, men will always say you won't do it, but you just have to prove to them that we can also do it. And I want to encourage young women who are out there doing jobs in male-dominated or wants to start business like the business that I'm doing currently. It's doable. You can do it. You just have to learn. We would like to thank Seda for believing in our business. Excepro is now a professional business. Our contact details are 017-632-1444. We've got a website, it's www.excepro.co.za. You can also find us on Facebook, it's Excepro. Excellent service providers, we pride ourselves in being the source of auto electrical solutions.
My name is Mpo Vincent Gomane. I'm from here in Pinari. It's in Nelspruit, Mpumalanga. The name of the company which Galitos is trading under, it's Kate and Vincent. Then the chamber, I think the chamber, they approached Mega, and then they also spoke to Galitos. And then they made a deal to say that they want 10 young people who can run the Galitos franchise, and then we submitted CVs. My CV I submitted it through NYTA, and then they also called us for an interview, and then I got luck in that interview, and then they called me. The reason why it's situated in township is because it's a township development, and then they've selected mostly youth. And then the setup, I think it was discussed between Mega, Youth Chamber and Galitos itself. Yeah, the only difference is that we were told to improvise in terms of attracting more customers, because we are in the township. It's different from in town. Here you have to work hard for your customers because you have competitors like Chicken Dust, but the quality of the food, it just makes us to be #1. And then sometimes we even approach schools to say in case they have events, they should call us for catering, and that's what they are doing. Okay, my range in terms of the services, normally what we do, we use the menu that Galitos provides for us, because since we are trading under Galitos, I think it's best that we stick to what they say we must do than to do our own thing. The challenge mostly was the venue, to find a place. It was very difficult because this place came in last, so the space itself was a challenge. What we normally do, we do events every month end, so that we can call in people to come and see the place and experience the place, and also have a taste of the food, because once they are here, then they tend to buy, they support us. Mega, they've assisted me a lot, because even with the container, they paid Galitos, so that now I have to pay Mega for what they paid to Galitos. And then they've also assisted me in trying to involve Seda and business to advise me what to do with the business in terms of difficulties, what partners I take, financially, how I need to run my business. We have the gardener, and then we have a guy who's distributing flyers, and then we have grillers and waitrons. Other services that we provide is the free delivery to our clients. We provide free delivery. You order from us, you call us, and then we check your order, and then we deliver for free. They give us at about 30% of our turnover. Okay, for the future, this is what we are hoping to achieve, because now with the program, since Galitos have allowed us to expand, this is what we have tried to build so that our customers can have comfort. And then also when they want to host their event, it will be more comfortable for them to come and sit inside here, because we are looking to also have free Wi-Fi here, have television somewhere here around, so that we can host a match. And I would love to open another branch outside of Pinar, so it can show a sign of growth. This is Mpongomane from Galitos Pinar. We are here at your service to render you service in terms of catering. We host parties, and then also events. We do events every month end, and then we also do free delivery for people around Pinar. But in case you are not around Pinar and you want to come and visit us here at Galitos, you can also Google us, and then to find directions for delivery, this is our number, 066 157 8991. You can also find us on Facebook at Galitos Pinar. Come and experience the bold African flavor, Kasi style. Thank you.
My name is Toli Kambule, and the name of my business is Ndobe Fire Control. I started in 2004, At the time, it was registered Goldex, trading as Ndobe Fire Control. But in 2015, I decided to register the trading name Ndobe Fire to be a registered name so that at least it doesn't trade under Goldex. The service that we provide is that of firefighting equipments. My last employer in 2004, when I just decided to leave the last formal employment, I felt that I needed something. And maybe because of the lack of confidence at the time in the business industry, I was looking for something where the competition will not be much. And then I looked around and somebody said, why don't you try firefighting extinguishers? I said, ish, it sounded like what to me? But eventually I said, let me give it a try. It was a process, of course, before starting, because you've got to go through these processes of being accredited by SAPS in order to be an accredited service provider. But I was patient enough. I went through those processes. I got that qualified technician. That was one at a time. And I also personally decided to go for a training as a technician because I just wanted to make sure that I understand the industry in which I'm getting into. The starting capital at the time was around 50,000 Rand really. I started with 2 with myself, and today I'm sitting with 28. My garage was an office during the day where he was doing the work. The challenges was no work. Basically because we were new in the industry, the market out there did not know, so there was a lot of marketing that had to be done. I did not know about Seda when I started. I got to know about Seda when I was appointed to serve in the board of Seda. The intervention that Seda gave me about 2 years ago was to provide funding, non-financial of course, by making sure that at least I do get accreditation of being an ISO 9001 accredited service provider in the fire industry. This intervention has done wonders for me, because before then really I don't think that I would be having the contracts that I have today. I'm even the service provider of OR Tambo 24/7. Small as I am, that I owe it to Seda. Thank you very much, Seda, for really supporting us as SMMEs. We've seen ourselves, those that have received the interventions from you, seen ourselves growing from a particular level to a level that we never thought that we'll be at. And for the SMMEs out there, I would really encourage that do your best to get into your nearest offices where Seda offices are, for you to get advices as to in which way Seda can intervene in your business to assist you.
Okay, my name is Jaftas Khosana. I'm the owner of the Renabo Plastic Molders and Furniture, based in KwaMhlanga, Mpumalanga, Section A, Sun City. My company started in 2013 because of my father was a businessman. My father was doing construction, building the schools and clinics. So I said to myself, no, I must do carpentry for put ceiling and roof. So my father took me to TVET College. I learned carpentry from 2002 to 2003, and then I worked to my father for 9 years. I started the company alone, and then after 2 months, my younger brother joined me. do furniture, and then we employ another 2. We are 4. So from in the 2013, and then 2014, 15, 16, we get more jobs, and then we create another 2. We get 2 people, and then we are 6, and then we work again, and then until we get the funding from NYDA. The funding was 45,000, and then they buy us a material. Yes, for wooden material, and then we work with that 45,000, and then we increase that 45,000 to buy panel saw machine, and also dust collector and small tools. The reason why we apply the machine to Seda, because of our capacity. We are using hand tools, of which is slow, as the lower quality. So now that's why we apply the machines from Seda to produce more volume and also the quality. The machine that we got now from Seda, we're gonna able to do furniture bulk for departments, of which current now we have 4 contracts. Department of Education Gauteng for school furniture and office furniture service, and Department of Education Northern Cape for school furniture. Also the Mpumalanga Department of Sports and Culture for library furniture. Also SAPS. In this 8 employees, currently we have 2 carpentry, 1 painting, and 2 welders. And then 3 is always people that assisting general workers, not skilled. Most of the time we share the skills that we have. That always I'm saying to them, we must work together, and then you know that if you need to start your own business, we have the skills for that. The challenge is working capital to buy material when we get the order, because when you work with the department, a government department, you must deliver the product before they pay you. That we get the challenge. One thing that motivating me every day, I'm coming from a family business, so I know to work with yourself, your business. If you need your business to grow, you must work harder to get where you want to do. The training that I received from Seda was talking about how to start the business, how to manage the business, and what I learned in Seda, that if you need the business to grow, you must be patient, because when you do the application or you're applying for the job, you must be patient until they reach the stage to the appoint. Thank you, Seda, for supporting me from beginning. I can say I got machines. The machine that the Seda gave me give me a lot of support, because I'm able to create skills. I'm also creating jobs. So thank you so much, Seda. I can say if someone needs to come in this business, it's a good business, and also it's got a lot of opportunity. Our contact, if we need our service, is cell phone number is 071-2575-686. Our email address is renawo.furniture@gmail.com, and then also we have Facebook and Twitter that we can find us.
Igama lami ngifikile Thabethe. Ibhizinisi yami idliwa koMphuthi Bakery. Ibhizinisi ila eSpayville location eBarberton. 2003 ngiqale ukuthengisa emafemini le, ngithengisa amahewu ngiyaqabanga ukuthi ngelanga forward itulutulu betiphela ngemahewu. Skotela sami besing 5 rand. Ngithengisa amathumbu neliphalish 20 rand. Ngithengisa boma fetkuku la ngiqale khona boma fetkuku ngenda boma ndongmane. Tindo nje ma fruit ukuthi ngithengisa. Wathi ngalelinye ilanga ngasitakala ngathola lomnye mlungu bangikhomba yena ukuthi ungakuphi. Mlungu ngicela qasha kule building yakho ngivule likhefa lami. Ngiqhubeke ngemahewu wami nemathumbu ami neliphalish. Mlungu wanginika indzawo. Nansi ngiyabuka la celeni kwami kunemapani ekubhakatingwa. Ngathi ngimusilana nami ngingazama la. Ngathi kumlungu emlungu ngicela unginike nalelenye ibuilding. Ngathola nomnye babe wakambatha sinaye khona la. Ngambida ngathi akabuye sitobhakatingwa ngoba yena uyakwazi. Saqhubeka sabhakatingwa. Ngaqala ngelisaka leli 1. Ngabuya ngenda 5 ngathengisa daphela. Sigcino sengithenga nga 10. Ngathengisa anginabhakhi. Yekuthwala tingwe ngothengisa etitolo. Ngihayirish. Thengise njalo tiphele kwahamba mfana wami wangithengela ibhakhi. Basebenzi basedliwako ngina 7 lang 3 ma-casual. Senginemshayeli wa loyi-1 short was 11 tholi 10 ejele enelispray. Ngabona ukuthi manje ibhizinisi yami iyaqhubeka iyandlondlobala enelekitofu talomlungu tifile athi sikahle. Ngabe sesengiya kamasparasi cela indzawo yekusebentela ngoba anginandzawo yekusebenza. Bangithembisa bangincede kakhulu eMega. Konke lele nginako la ngithengelwe iMega. Ngaconza kusizanele. Ngamtshela ukuthi Zanele ngifuna stofu, ngifuna amapani, ngifuna imixi. Ngitsinga tinto letiningi vele tekuqala ibakery ngoba anginato lele nginato ayisito tamte mlungu. Ngifonela sizanele asangibuye ngitosayina amaphepha ami tinto tami seti right. Ngahlekelela ngajabula. Banginceda kakhulu. Ngiyakhumbula nje nangifika kaMaspara ngithola Maspara manager MMCB athi make kusasa ngicela ufike la ngo8 ekseni sambe siyofuna indzawo yekuthi usebenze. Edliwa komphuthi bakery. Ngibake singwa les brown 700 gram. Ngibake singwa les white 700 gram. Ngibake ama rolls, ema raisins rolls. Ngibake ema soft rolls. Ngibake ema hot dogs rolls. Ngibake ma fat kuku. Ngibake ema ginger. Edliwako ngibake ema scones. Edliwako ngenda ema raski. Edliwako ngenda raisin bread. Edliwako ngenda dark brown bread. Edliwako ngenda tinto letimnanzi kakhulu edliwako. Enzaweni yaseBarberton emjindini wamangalisa kakhulu ukuthi ukhona umuntu wesimame lotoba nebusiness. Bathina benda ma-award ngavotelwa ngizange ngitivotele. Baqala babita bathina bathi make edliwako. Bekumnanzi kakhulu ngayithola i-awards ngaphuma number 1 eBarberton ukuthi ngingimakelo khona ukuthi isebenza. Ngithengele esinye standi eBarberton extension 10 la ngifuna kuyowakha ibakery yes2. Ngifisa abantwana bami ngathi bangafunza lele ngikwendako mina. Edliwako sibhaka singwa lesimnanzi kakhulu lesi fresh lesishisako. Inamba nanifuna singwa 079 871 4000. Inamba 2 yefoni 060 788 4272. Yesithathu yamake edliwako 079 611 3945. Ngiyabonga kakhulu ku Seda, ku department yase Seda, kule yasemega ngiyabonga kakhulu. Angeke ngimkhohle ke masipara wakithi walapha Bathona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu kumjindi, ngiyabonga kakhulu kumphakathi wonke wasemjindi lo ngisupportako. Ngiyatiwa nakaSARS. Angisebenzi mgwinyati, ngisebenza kahle ngemthetho. Lebantu lengisebenza nabo labantu abamle ngibatalile ladliwako, lengisebenza nabo la bakery, ngibafakile ka labor, abasebenzi ngemgwinyati basebenza kahle. Basebenza kahle kakhulu. Ngiyabonga.
So we need to differentiate between ourselves and the business. So that can only happen through training.
My name is Simon Shabalala, Operations Manager of the Konkwehla Construction. We're situated in Mbalenhle, Mpumalanga Province, near Sasol Sekunda. Our company started in 2006. Then we identified a need to venture into the construction business. Our first project was the construction of Mbalenhle Mall. We employed about 397 people, if I might recall well, on that first project. Contracted also to the local municipality for electrical services here locally. We also worked with the Department of Public Works provincially. We were doing the upgrade of another reformatory school. I decided to focus on one client, which is Sasol. The first project which I did in 2016 for them, it was the construction of this road. Hence, now we're currently involved with the fencing project and some other civil works with them, which were employed by Group Technology. The reason I went to Seda, I needed assistance in terms of mentoring. Remember, you need a coach, somebody who can advise you if things are like this and who can assist you in terms of developmental strategies. Maybe to get advice in terms of marketing, your business cards, your advertising boards, to assist me in terms of the drafting of the business plan and the access to those funds so that I can grow my business on the rental division, whereby you rent out these small equipment, your grinders, In addition, Seda assisted me with the systems. Your financial systems, your payroll systems. It includes your invoices, your codes, your orders. Due to NYDA, I constructed this workshop behind me, even though it was, they assisted with something like 20 grand, but not giving me cash. Like they used to buy me some few bricks, and then it helped me a lot to construct this workshop facility, this storage facility, which is behind me. How do I help other small businesses? I assist them in coaching them how to go about doing projects, giving them my people. What keeps me motivated, I grew up in the township and I stay in the township. Even my offices are in the township because I have sole reasons to do so, to help these people around me, which I see normally every day. A lot of people are not working. You find us by the word of mouth. That's our number, 079-718-5946. We will get there. That's our motto. Probably will get there, but we will get there.
wanted to make a quick announcement to say that there is a delay. You know that we are oversubscribed. There are huge numbers outside, but we have managed to engage those people, and they are making their way to Ehlanzeni Council Chamber. And I'm told that actually the chamber is almost full on the other side. But the minister has arrived, the leadership is here, so we will be addressed as to how are we going to run the 2 sessions. I just wanted to alert everyone here so that you understand why there is a delay. And we also thought that it will not be fair to start the proceedings this side when the other side is not yet ready, because they expected to be part of this session. I hope it makes sense to everyone. Thank you for your patience, thank you very much. I think those that are a bit impatient, they can also join the other group on the other side, because there is a session. It's fine, thank you very much. We can push it off.
Abahle baseHlanzeni. I'm Councillor Khumalo Renias, the Speaker of the District Council, Ehlanzeni District Council. I'll be facilitating the program. As we are waiting for the Minister to walk in, she's already outside with some few media houses who are poking some information. Let me just indicate that we really apologize for the delay which happened, because I'm aware that all of us were informed that the program will start at 9. Now the Minister started and visited 2 schools around Kapokweni, so there were those minor delays. The other delay which we encountered, there are more interest on this program. There are more colleagues outside. You remember that COVID has restricted us from interacting more physically with various stakeholders. So we have arranged an overflow where this program will be live streamed at Ehlanzeni District Municipality. So the process of moving colleagues who are outside, some are resisting, they still want to crash to come in there. So that process of moving the colleagues and make sure that we've got systems also has disrupted our starting time. But with those few words, colleagues, I believe that our apology will be accepted by your good selves. It was not our intention to cause this inconvenience. We just find ourselves caught up in that particular circumstances. Now, the Minister will walk in at any time. Let's just settle and be prepared. Already we have been joined by Inkosi Mahlangu, the Provincial House. The MEC is already in. The Executive Mayor will walk in with the Minister at any minute. Immediately when they walk in, we'll just kickstart the program. So in the meantime, let's just settle and tighten our safety belt, because we are going to run this program very, very fast. We're going to recoup all the lost time to various speakers who are going to make some presentations and input. So just tighten your safety belt, because immediately we start, we're going to run like a wildfire. Just let us just be patient, as we'll be expecting the Minister to walk at any minute. I believe the protocol team will be ushering the Minister at any minute. Let us just be patient. Yeah, as relaxing, just talk to go cleaner and just check the letters, what's up, that way. we promised that the minister can walk in at any second. Yeah, can we take our seats? I've already introduced myself to those who are outside. I'm Councillor Khumalo Renias, the Speaker of the District Council. Usomlomo ke lapha kumkhandlukazi wase-Ehlanzeni District Municipality. Ngizohambisa lo hlelo ke. We just set some few ground rules. One is that we've ran out of time literally. We lost almost 2 hours. So we're going to recoup the time from all the speakers. If in terms of the time allocation, you were given 5, now we are limiting every speaker to 2 minutes. So it means that the issue of the observation of the protocol will not be a big issue. So that because you spend 10 minutes just observing the protocol, I mean, we are so many stakeholders. Once you acknowledge the minister, deputy minister, MEC, Nkosi Mahlangu, you are done, and the executive mayor. The rest of us know it's fine. Now, without any waste of time, you have already fastened your safety belt. We agreed that you are going to fasten your safety belt. We are taking our first item, wherein we are going to invite the Honorable Executive Mayor of the city of Mbombela Local Municipality, Honorable Makushe, to come and usher us so that we are all relaxed and welcomed. I avoided to acknowledge those who are here because I will be wasting time myself. So the Honorable Executive Mayor will do that for me. Can you come in, Nalama sanitizer, so that umama ge asamgele.
No, thank you very much. Councillor Speaker, Siaguva, let me try a run as well. Program Director, Honorable Minister for Small Business Development, Ms. Stella Abrahams, Ndabeni, or vice versa. Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Sidumo Dlamini, Honorable MEC of Economic Development and Tourism, plus Finance, vice versa, Honorable Vusim Kajwa, Honorable Executive Mayor of Ehlanzeni in absentia, Councillor Chester Seidel, Inkosi, Mahlang, Sendanjal. All stakeholders present, especially the SMMEs of our city and the district of Ehlanzeni, invited guests, members of the media, good morning. On behalf of the citizens of City of Mbombela, we welcome all of you to this very important gathering. I must convey to the partners in this roadshow our appreciation and excitement to be part of the Minister's vision and passion she has about this critical sector of our economy. Honorable Minister, I was particularly encouraged when on the 20th of this month, you expressed your wishes about the SMMEs program and the exciting proposals we are putting on the table for all of us to consider and embrace as part of our plans going forward. You first indicated that the government and the private sector are not investing much in small businesses. You further lamented the fact that we have not coordinated our efforts towards small business and have been focusing mainly on what the department does, forgetting that every department in the government has programs of SMMEs. The one thing that we normally fail to pay attention to is that your department is not a department of small businesses, but rather it is a department of small business development. I'm very excited when I look back at the 150 days since you took over the Department of Small Business Development, as well as plans you have for the SMMEs in the future. As a stakeholder, we hope we will be afforded an opportunity to contribute to the department's master plan you intend developing for small businesses. Some master plans which have been launched in other sectors have resulted in a more streamlined approach from stakeholders such as the government and businesses. This roadshow, we believe, is one way in which the department plans to source inputs from all government departments and other spheres like us in the local sphere, as well as other strategic partners, in order to craft an all-encompassing master plan. We share your dream that development must move from ideas to a product-based level. Your targeted sectors in the manufacturing, agricultural, digital, and automotive and mining sector is well supported. It is also true that as a coordinating department, you won't be implementing everything, hence this engagement with all of us. We are looking forward to this and more exciting plans you have up your sleeves for the citizens of our province and the country at large. To the stakeholders present, I implore you to seize all opportunities and also assist in making the department's dream a reality. Welcome to this roadshow and the city of Mbombela, City of Excellence, the ultimate destination. I thank you.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa, can we put our hands together and applaud? That was good exemplary in terms of time. Now we are going to invite Honorable Slower, who will be standing for the Executive Mayor of Ehlanzeni District, Councillor Seda. MMC Slower is an MMC for local economic development. Can we put our hands together and welcome him?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Program Director, and to say, Ninjani Wong. No, thank you very much. I don't want to waste time, Chair, because I know that as a Speaker, you are going to call order. Let me just try to be fast, just to acknowledge all of you. Let me start by acknowledging all you delegates from the SME across Ehlanzeni. And also to acknowledge the Youth Chamber, the African Commerce Chamber, the Foundation, and also our university, Mpumalanga, and also our agency, Seda, SEFA, NDA, NYDA, MEGA, MTPA, and IDC. Program Director, let me also acknowledge the CEO ya ABSA, Land Bank, SAFCOL, Vodacom, and McKay. In our midst also, I want to acknowledge our general managers from Ehlanzeni, Daye, our municipal manager, Mbombela, and also to acknowledge the chief whip of the majority party in Ehlanzeni, Honorable Soela. You acknowledge the Executive Mayor, Mbombela. Thank you very much. Then I'm also acknowledging you, Program Director, Honorable Speaker. Our provincial leader, Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, Nkosi Mahlang, you acknowledge. MEC, I know that this is one of your programs that is in your heart. Really, you are acknowledged. Also, the Office of the Premier is also acknowledged. Let me also acknowledge the Deputy Minister. Leadership, I think you have served with him in the structures, no? On the trenches, combat trainers. When we see him sometimes, we say, but no, you are acknowledged, Deputy Minister. I don't want just to go through your biography, because it can take the whole day. And also, the last one, I want to acknowledge our Minister. Really, I know this program is in your heart. You are one of our hardworking ministers. then our president is proud of you. Continue doing this wonderful job. Your executive mayor, she's not here. She got other engagement because of the disaster that you know that there's a lot of heavy rain that was falling. Then there were some few issues that she have to attend there with the community. But let me indicate that she requested me to say she really appreciate this dialogue, because this one, it shows that the DDM, the district development model, which it incapacitates everybody to come into one roof to discuss and plan in terms of dealing with the triple challenge. I think this triple challenge, we know that we're going to minimize it, but this issue of unemployment, our people are not working. And we believe and hope the SME will assist the government to deal with the triple challenge. And also to deal with the inequality. It's a challenge to us. Then the poor. We hope you, SME, you will assist us. Minister, she's here. She's going to assist us. We're going to have a tangible program to address the issues that we're going to raise with us here. Protocol. Thank you very much.
I was checking my watch, Honorable Slower. Yeah, colleagues, maybe before I could call the next speaker, let me pause and assure my colleagues to Ali District Council, like I've indicated that we have got an overflow. Abanye ke sibabeke Ehlanzeni kumasipalati in the chamber. Now, I want to assure them, because they are also following this program, we want to assure them that immediately when we finish here, we'll come over that side to address them, because they were skeptical on as to whether are we sure that we're going to address them. So I want to confirm and assure them. We've already so communicated with the colleagues who are that side to confirm that when we finish here, the whole entourage of the minister, the MEC will go and address them as well, that side of Ehlanzeni District Municipality, just to assure them so that they must not think that we are not untrustworthy. Now, the next speaker, colleagues, the two speakers have already done well in terms of time. Now we're going to usher in the Deputy Minister, Dlamini, Honorable Sidumo, why we are here, the purpose of the engagement. I'm just avoiding all the protocols so that we save time. Can we invite him? Can we put our hands together and welcome Dlamini?
Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Khumalo. Ngalenga githi sithi bomntungwa. Our minister, who is with us and leading us here, the Office of the Premier. I know that I saw the Chief Whip. I mean, Upi u Fidel Mlombo, who I know for many, many years back when he was the provincial secretary of COSATU, but now leads in a very critical position here in Mpumalanga. I immediately want to acknowledge the MEC who have spoken to us eloquently here for economic development and tourism, Mr. Mkajwa. The Speaker, Councillor Renias Khumalo, Ehlanzeni District. But with great respect, our executive mayor here, who have welcomed us very, very well. And I thank you so much. I must quickly and upfront acknowledge our traditional leader, Inkosi yethu uMahlangu. I'm related to the surname Mahlangu because even at COSATU, I worked with a Mahlangu guy who worked very well there. So I respect you, my chief. The mayors, Councillor Sibongle Makushe, who have spoken to us, Councillor Sylvia Ngumalo of Bushbuck Ridge Local Municipality, Chief Whip Sipho Suela, the MMMC, Councillor Slowe, indeed the municipal manager and the general managers, Untobeko Khoza and Tumsan Mabuza. I must also mention that we have our officials from SEFA, led by our CEO there, Mr. Machamba, and Seda, led by our CEO there, Mr. Mbata, who are doing work very, very well. And the CEOs of these entities, you will meet them outside. The department officials, SMMEs, labo esingabo kulezi indawo ezimbili esihlangene kuzo lapha nale Ehlanzeni. Ladies and gentlemen, please accept our warm greetings and indeed our apologies for some areas where there would have been areas of concern, and I believe that by the end of the day today, we would have answers to a range of matters that are emerging. It is an honor for us to be here in Mpumalanga in the year 2022. As the ministry, we are a new team. You will remember that in August last year, the president sent us to lead this Department of Small Business Development. And indeed, Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams and myself were leading the team that is carrying through this work under this theme, unlocking opportunities for SMMEs and cooperatives for economic growth and job creation. That is the theme that is guiding us. The ministry and the Department of Small Business will use these roadshows and partnership dialogues to showcase the work of the department, its agencies, and other strategic government departments involved in the development of SMMEs. It will also use the partnership dialogue to engage with different stakeholders from different sectors on the national integrated small enterprise development, which is called in abbreviation NISED, which is the master plan. You will hear later the minister talks to the master plan, which guides us on what we are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that this development and support of SMMEs is critical for economic recovery and job creation. Your role as small businesses, medium businesses, cooperatives is to create jobs whilst you're running your businesses, small as they, even if you're employing 2 people or 1 person, the job that is created feeds a family. I come from a family where we are many, but there is very few people working. So we are looking at you very, very critical and recognizing that you are leading a critical rationale for South Africa to turn around its economy. As our economy is currently spiraling down, we have to do something. That's why we are here. to share views on how we are going to achieve that. Indeed, the pandemic has affected, in particular, small businesses, and some have been destroyed permanently. Some are really dying. We have to turn things around. That's why we are here. Therefore, the just 3 or 4 points that are our objectives for these roadshows. The first one is to gather inputs into the National Integrated Small Enterprise Development, or the plan, the master plan that I've just referred to. The second one is to monitor the support and an impact of the SMMEs through the interventions by government. To share challenges and listen to success stories of entrepreneurs in various districts across the country to improve government support. The last one, to better coordinate, support SMMEs through partnerships with the private sector and various departments and agencies. I was very, very happy to hear who are other entities that are here. I will not mention them, they've been mentioned here, including the banking industry. We have to make this opportunity work for us. In conclusion, Program Director, the department is committed in driving its core mandate, which is to lead and coordinate an integrated approach to the promotion and development of entrepreneurship, small, micro, and medium enterprises and cooperatives, and to ensure an enabling legislation and policy environment to support their growth and sustainability. I therefore wish all of us a fruitful, progressive, and a strategic engagement. It does not require much of impatience. It requires patience and engaging, even if we are robust in engaging, but we'll end this meeting with tangible inputs that will take us forward. I thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini. Let's loosen up. I'm going to have tension in the house. If you can loosen up a bit, but fast forward. We're going to have an address from the Honorable MEC of Finance, Economic Development and Tourism in the province, Undwandwe, Honorable Mkanchwa, to come and give us an address, so that when we are to open up and discuss, we'll be having the basis from the Deputy Minister as well as the MEC. Ndwandwe, over to you. Can we put our hands together and usher in?
Hey, Sanbonan, good morning. Yeah, no, thank you. Well, I'm not going to bore you with a lot of rhetorics. I think the protocol has already been established. We now know who is here. And I want to recognize the protocol as it has been established. Well, the show is not really about me today. The show is about the ministry. Probably for me was to merely introduce the province to them so that they understand the state of small businesses in the province. From where we are standing as a province, we understand that COVID-19 affected small businesses in the main. A lot of them have closed shop. Some of them have even struggled to benefit from the relief packages that have been availed by government, both from national and provincially. And this remains a serious concern. Platforms like these ones, in our view, are the best responses that we can have after COVID-19. So that as government, we are not probably imposing solutions to small businesses, but small businesses themselves are able to engage with their government and tell their government as to what is it that they expect government to give or to avail in a form of responses so that you are able to recover. It has been scientifically proven that if you invest correctly and invest on small businesses, you are going to champion a massive recovery of the economy and massive growth as well. So from where we are, we want to pledge our support and thank the ministry for starting with this program in Mpumalanga. For many years, Mpumalanga has been crying that probably in the national share, we are seemingly getting little out of it. So now that the ministry has decided to start in Mpumalanga, make us to be the first on the table, we believe that this is a sign for a better future. Going forward, through the different DFIs that are here, we are confident that the small businesses of Mpumalanga are going to be prioritized because many of them seated here, I'm sure they are sitting with applications that are still being processed without any sight of hope. We are hopeful and optimistic that this intervention will then probably present an opportunity that all their applications are able to be taken into consideration and be prioritized. As a province, we do have other projects that we think if they are maximized, if they are taken advantage of, small businesses can really reap benefit out of them. We speak about the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market, which is here in Bombela. It is upon small businesses to position themselves correctly so that they are able to take advantage of those opportunities. We speak about the Nkomazi Special Economic Zone that we are currently developing. There are a lot of opportunities that are coming up there. But we are housing a number of industries in Bombela as well. Industries that must be able to respond as to what is it exactly that they are able to invest back and allow small businesses to grow so that you don't remain small forever. We want small businesses to grow. So really, I was not intending to address, but to highlight these factors so that more time is dedicated to the small businesses to engage with us. With that being said, thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Ndwandwe. Now, colleagues, who are nearing the climax of the session, where we will invite two capable facilitators. Umnumzana Mr. Mkolisi Matamba, the CEO of SEFA. Madam Dr. Nontobeko Koza, the GM of Ehlanzeni District Municipality. And then as they are going to invite the panelists, you'll be jotting notes. Then we'll open a discussion engagement with you so that the ministry should respond. But to those who are going to respond, because I might not have an opportunity to intervene when they start to work, time is money. We have received speeches from the political leadership. That side want engagement. No preambles, no speeches, straight to the point. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Babe Speaker, Babe Kumalo. Program Director, let me also align myself and observe the protocol and acknowledge all the leadership, the Minister, the Deputy Minister, the Executive Mayor, the MEC, Bukosi, so I just don't want to waste time, Program Director, but let me thank this opportunity and I'll invite the panel members to come to join us here. We have 4 colleagues that are going to assist us here. We have a representative from McKay. I don't know whether they are here. You are invited to come and join us here. And we also have Umgango Mazia Mahlalela. Colin, can you please come and assist us here from Southcore? And we also have a colleague, Dr. Motezo. I don't know whether I have pronounced your surname correctly. You'll pardon me on that. And my colleague from Small Enterprise, Uja Umagumat. I don't know whether he's here. And also Babe Sitole. I don't know whether Babe Sitole, you are here. If you can join us to take a seat here and be part of the panel members. He's already here. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you so much. My colleague, you can also come and join me here so that we can do this thing together. And once the colleagues are here, we'll allow them to give us a short background about themselves, what they do, to support our SMMEs, as part of development and financial support. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my co-host. All protocols observed, leadership as articulated by my capable colleague. It looks like we're missing only 2 panelists from the small enterprise and the co-ops. But in the interest of time, because we all know that we are pressed for time, what we'll do is to allow the panelists to first really give us the background of the organization that they represent, and perhaps indicate what opportunities that your organization offer for SMMEs. Also, as we look at the role of government really is to facilitate and provide a conducive atmosphere for businesses to thrive. And as we do that work, we have to make sure that we partner with the private sector. We know that not all these activities can be really all implemented by government. We do need to partner with the private sector to ensure that we crowd in all the interventions that the private sector is putting in place. You know that you have your ESD funds there, and also there is supply chain. Because one of the important things, if we are to see the SMMEs grow, is to ensure that we involve our SMEs in our supply chain, thereby with the hope that they will be able to participate and grow into the global supply chains. We've seen that work being done by your entities like your Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and others in the auto sector, where they procure automotive components to the local supplier. And then after that, they graduate to participate to supply other automotive plants in the global space. So we don't want to limit them only in the local space, because we want them to export so that we're able to earn those foreign revenues as a country. But if you can just assist us to share with us what organization does, also to support the SMMEs in that regard. Thank you. I suspect you may have to come here because we don't have a roving mic around here. Oh, there's one. There's 2 there. Thank you.
Can I sit?
Yes, sir. By all means.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. My name is Monaco. I am the sustainability head for the food company McCain Foods. Well, I'm quite new in the role, and I know that even my esteemed managing director, Mr. Unati Mhlachana, is quite new as well. He only started sometime last year. But then, through to the commitment of contributing to the national developmental efforts, we have come through today to share with the broader community of Ehlanzeni and the province of Mpumalanga what we have in store for SMMEs in the province. Just to be a little bit quick, I need to make sure that everybody knows that our biggest plant is actually based in Mpumalanga in Delmas. That is where we produce most of the chips or the fries that you eat at all the restaurants that you you frequent on a Thursday and a Friday and a Saturday. So we are big in potatoes. But that's not only the end of the story, we are also big in frozen vegetables. We have a large factory in Springs where we do all sorts of frozen vegetables. I'm sure most of you are aware of those as well, and thank you very much for continuing to be good consumers. But then apart from that, and in relation to what we are here for today, is to say that it's a little bit concerning that as much as people are talking about, wanting to get into the value chains of large corporations like us and to contribute towards, the growth of the SMMEs, we realize that not a lot of young people are really getting into, agricultural services. They talk about it, they want to do it, but then it's not really happening at the pace that we also had anticipated. So what we are trying to do as a company is trying to invite them, and especially in those areas where we have our factories, and Delma's been the case in point here today. We'd like to invite the young people here in Mpumalanga to see the opportunities that we put forward to them, and to make sure that they are properly registered and compliant to all the regulations of the country. I'll paint a very short picture here. Most of our suppliers in McCain who supply us with vegetables are still those old commercial white farmers. But then the very few black farmers that are supplying us with produce, they are not compliant with the laws and regulations of the country. And I'd like to encourage the government to also assist them in making sure that that documents are in order, and that they are in a position to do business with us. I don't know if I need to continue so that I can give other colleagues an opportunity. Is that okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monaco, for the well-articulated position of McCain. I think we'll come back because we still have to allow a few questions from the floor, being conscious of the time and the fact that we still have to go to the other venue. But yes, we'll proceed to my esteemed colleague here from Slow.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to check if we are still awake. Is everyone all right? Okay, I come from an entrepreneurship perspective where I deal a lot with small businesses. So it's always good to check if we are listening and we're okay. Is everyone all right? Okay, this is going to be an interesting discussion because we've got yeses and nos, but I will come back to that. My name is Dr. Gamu Motezo, and I'm the Chief Operations Officer at a company called 22 on Sloan. And what we do is primarily in the early stages of starting a business. Before we start to talk about market access and capital, we've got an incubation program as well as acceleration. Now, when we talk about small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs, we forget that it's an entire journey. There's a mindset around it. There are bits of information around what processes, compliance is required, and how to prepare the business plan, how to ensure that you network well, and how to ensure that you always have paper trail, especially from a financial perspective. So that's what our incubation program looks at. And over the past 12 months, we've been looking to decentralize so that we can get into other provinces. And that's where our partnerships from a public sector and private sector come into play. So once, as an aspiring or current business, you've gone through the incubation program, there's an opportunity to get into the acceleration program. But on both, you have the opportunity to understand what are the market opportunities. And just tying into what my colleague said, using agriculture as an example, you can start as an agrarian farmer today, but do you know what it entails to be a startup? So those are the key things that we unpack at 22 on Sloan, and we're hoping to bring it to Mpumalanga as well, and ensure that those within the entrepreneurship space are well equipped with the information, the skills, and eventually access to market and finance. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope everyone is writing all the questions down. because after the last panel member, then we'll be taking questions from the floor. So I'll ask my colleague, Ubabs Tole, to come here to present or maybe explain exactly what they are doing, how they are assisting our SMMEs, and maybe just a brief profile about where they are coming from. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ruben Sitole. I work with Karubo Management Systems. It's a small SMME, in a sense that focuses on capacity building, as well as the establishment of a proper functioning organization, looking at the structure, the systems, and the process within which you base your existence as an SMME. We are more about capacity building. We are more about how to lead your organization, how to lead your SMME based on your goals, your objectives, and how you want to achieve those. We are more about skills development, youth empowerment projects and programs. We are more about management and governance as far as managing the organization, as far as managing your enterprise, as far as how you relate with your stakeholders. We are more about unpacking. The buzzword of lately is the district economic development model. We are more about saying to the stakeholders that are concerned, how do we unpack regional economic ecosystems? Based on the ecosystem, come up with proper models, skills development programs, identify relevant stakeholders. I'm even impressed that I understand there's APSA here, there's the World Bank, there's other private sector business people. We are more about how do we drive this district economic ecosystem model in job creation, community development, and sustaining small, medium, and micro enterprises in our communities. Because failure to comprehend the district economic development model, we're going to be very sporadic in our approach. We won't be coordinated, organized, and focused. So as Karubo Management Systems, ours is about organizational design, systems and processes that speaks to the model that has been adopted of lately. How do we develop economies at regional level, at district level, with an aim of capacity building, empowering, advancing small, medium, and enterprise development goals? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Babus Tole, for that information. I hope colleagues and guests who you are going to learn from what they have just shared now with us. And even if we are not going to answer all the questions now, but we can have contacts and take the discussion further, I will then allow Mr. Mahlalela to come here and also share information. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. So they've mentioned my name is Colin Mahlalela. I'm representing SAFCOL. So just quickly clarify, SAFCOL is a state-owned entity which reports to the Department of Public Enterprise. So we all know that as SOEs, we've been mandated to contribute into the developmental aspect of our local community, especially within the forestry sector. We have a lot of rural communities. We all know that you cannot find a forestry plantation inside the town. It's mostly situated in those deep rural areas. So SAFCOL is operating in Mpumalanga, KZN, Limpopo, and Mozambique. But mostly of our operations or our plantations are in Mpumalanga. if you come across, because you will see a lot of plantations, not all of them are for us as Safcol, some are for the private companies, your CP, your York, your Merensky. So if you're coming from Mpumalanga, starting from the Belfast area, going to Chief Albert Lituli, your Amsterdam area, then you come here around Barberton, Nelspruit, White River, via Sabi, up to Pushback Ridge. That's where we find our operations. So hence, why I'm trying to clarify this is to try to make people understand that hence you won't find us in the area of Inkomas because we don't have any plantations there, because we are trying to operate within the forest sector that is giving us a mandate and direction. So I'm from the Transformation Department of Safcol under the Unit of Enterprise and Supply Development. Why Safcol has created the Transformation Department, we all know that forestry sector was not allowed or was not allowing any black people to enter into that space. So it's a new space which requires to be transformed as fast as possible. So within that, I'm on enterprise development specialist. So our enterprise development has got two legs, which is enterprise development. The enterprise development is mostly focusing on communities that are close to our operations, because we all know that forestry, you can't put any fence within the forest. So we rely on those communities to protect our asset, because they are our face, they are there, so they need to benefit, they need to see a value of those plantations that they are operating in. So also we have a supply development program, which is mostly supported by our preferential procurement. So in order for us to address or fast track the transformation agenda, so we rely on preferential procurement, where each and every, especially within the core function, then when we appoint our contractors, we put them into our incubation in supply development. We ensure that we assist them in terms of compliance, in terms of providing with tools, your PPE, because we must remember that forestry is more labor intensive and capital intensive, especially when you start. So that's where we try to assist all these programs. Currently, we've already established a new program with the University of Mpumalanga, where we provide capacity development program to our contractors. In the previous financial year, we enrolled 20 of our black-owned contractors. Within those who enrolled, I can safely say that 11 were appointed as our current contractors within our Safcol company. So 6 of them are women-owned, so they are black women-owned. Hence, we are saying we are becoming more and more trying to address the issue, redress within the forestry sector. So, like we all know that sometimes we, as an SOE, we survive in terms of making profit. So we also rely on partnerships. So we can safely say to our leaders here that as a company, we are not working in isolation. We are working closely with the Seda for further business development support to our entities. We also work with SEFA, NEF, ITC, DTIC for funding, extra funding, because like I've mentioned, that forestry is more capital intensive. You need to have to comply with tools, your PPE, and so forth. So we can say that we are all, as a company, supporting the mandate from the government and to ensure that we sustain jobs. During COVID time, we tried as a company to sustain a lot of jobs that were created, because forestry is more labor intensive. As a company, we didn't want to venture more into mechanization, like if you see other forestry companies, currently they are using a lot of machines, but the moment you venture into that space, remember that our people will be losing jobs. So we are contributing in this space, so we hope that we'll continue with our further engagement and our collaboration. Currently, also, the MEC will attest we have a very good relationship with the department to try and explore other opportunities where our young entrepreneurs can be able to exploit them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin, and I appreciate your presentation. And I'm sure there will be questions from the floor with the SMMEs wanting to see and establish how they can participate in that space. Because I remember in my other life, we're providing an incentive for processing of wood and furniture. And one of the requirements, leadership, was that the wood must be procured from black suppliers. And then we realized that there are no black suppliers of wood. Therefore, that requirement could not fly, because our people are not participating in the space of forestry. And I hope going forward we'll be able to open those channels for our people to participate in that regard. Colleagues, I would like, with the permission of the leadership, to smuggle in the Vice President of Sasol, Mashud Ndo, just to say a few words. I know there are vast opportunities in that space of the petrochemicals. Looking at your polypropylenes that can assist our people to make the plastics and even the supply of other petrochemicals and base oils. Thank you, ma'am.
This is serious smuggling. So I don't have to waste time. Glad that we are here today. I think it's our first time to be in Ehlanzeni and be involved here, because our operations, they are primarily in Garsibande region. But then I think we have sort of now decided that we need to expand so that we can be able to create an impact in different regions within the Mpumalanga province, but also nationally. I'm going to speak at a very high level, not in details. We are first thing involved in the recovery plan or economic recovery plan for the province. We've been very much active and very much involved, which obviously it talks about the development of SMMEs. We are, both Minister and Deputy Minister and MEC, still committed as Sasol nationally to be involved in the economic development of the small businesses, because I think one of the speakers did say that it is the core, it is the engine of actually driving the economy, but most importantly, for us to be able to rise up as a country of where we are currently. Interesting enough, our CEO is the member of the National Small Business Initiative, again, in trying to develop that. That have really helped us in coming up with different programs, and I'm gonna share this because I want everyone to actually start to participate and be involved in it. As forestry industry, Sasol is also a manufacturing and mining, where most of the time you struggle to get black entities, and I'm not gonna say SMME, because we always degrade ourselves as SMMEs. You are not SMMEs, you are black entities. So we struggle to get black entities to be involved in the value chain of Sasol production. We have come up with a strategy and we have executed it. It's working. We've got something we call a linkage. So a linkage, it means that it's a program where you can actually register yourself, your profile, your grading and everything, so that you don't get compared with the big companies who have been there for so many years. You get compared with your other colleagues from the level perspective, the entry level, the medium entry level. So that's what we've been doing and is working. So I'm going to request that, it's called Zivoli. We're gonna give you the details so that you can also test it and see if you can be able to get into access. We've got set aside, but I always say that with set aside, as black entities, we also need to move away from the set aside, because we are in set aside and we remain in set aside. We need to really get into the real core of the operations of the different industry within the country. So basically that is that. I was given a 2 minute, I think I'm still within the 2 minutes. I'm really glad I'm here, but I think as I said, we really need to rise up as a country, rise up as a province, but most importantly, supporting the rising up as private sectors so that we can be able to actually evolve the current economy which is currently taking place. Thank you very much, and thank you for smuggling me in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP. We're going to move to the next stage now, colleagues, where I hope the roving mics are ready. We are to allow a few questions from the floor that perhaps are going to be directed to the panelists to further interrogate some of the presentations that they've made. And I think we'll take one question per person so that you allow other participants to raise their questions. I can't really lose this opportunity to just mention my organization, Small Enterprise Finance Agency, where we provide finance to SMMEs. And I know there have been some challenges accessing some of the monies that we provide, but we're seeing an improvement in the performance of the province. In the last quarter, we were able to process about 38 million rands of applications from Mpumalanga. And we launched late last year with the leadership of the minister, what we call the Youth Challenge Fund. Excuse me. We saw about 77 applications of youth-owned enterprises from Mpumalanga to the value of 44 million. And we're busy now wrapping up the cleanup of those that actually have incomplete applications. And if you are an applicant, don't feel like you're being ignored. But one thing you must note, if your application number, you better write this one down. If your application number starts with REF as a reference, it means it's incomplete. If your application number starts with APP, which is application number, it means it is complete. And we will be actually engaging Seda, our sister agency, to speed up the assistance that we're going to be providing to you to finalize those what we call incomplete applications. Some you find that it's just there's a missing tax clearance, there's a missing CIPC document, there's a missing ID copy. Remember, it's a youth challenge fund. The moment your ID number takes you to above like my age, the 50s, the system kicks you up because it must be 35 and below. So there are those issues that we'll be cleaning up so that we respond to you. But without wasting time, this is not my platform. We'll allow you to raise questions. Feel free to direct some to me as SEFA. I'll take them and I will respond where possible. And I'm sure some will be directed to the DG with regards to the Department of Small Business. Can we then have the roving mic moving around? Can you please help us, tell us your name and the company that you represent and what you do, sir? And the panelists will note the questions, and also our colleagues from the Department of Small Business, and also I know I've got colleagues from SEFA and also colleagues from Seda, the Small Enterprise Development Agency, will take some of the questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Hello? Oh, yes. Greetings to the ministry and as well as the House of Contralesa. Bo Salesi is the surname. I'm coming from Fuel Co-op SA, Food, Energy, Water, South Africa Tertiary Cooperative. We have a secondary cooperative here in Mpumalanga. We have started this, in fact, to the point, Fuel Co-op SA is within the blue economy or the ocean economy of South Africa. A blue economy is a very new industry, just like your forestry. So we have just completed, we are about to complete the policy of the blue economy, and we are busy implementing it here. We are starting it here in Mpumalanga. Since we are within the blue economy, we are as well dealing with direct carbon sequestration. So direct carbon sequestration, I hear our colleague there spoke to forestry. Direct carbon sequestration speaks to forestry, whereby now we're using trees to remove carbon from our atmosphere. Knowing that Mpumalanga was the province that was emitting most of the carbon through its coal mines, and we are going to be cancelling all the coal mines. I think it will be in 2070. So the problem will be hard hit jobs and employment. So hence we are here as Few Co-op SA. We are as well implementing cannabis and hemp forestry. We're busy with the hemp and cannabis.
Question?
Hemp and cannabis.
The question?
Cannabis sativa. The question is, how does the small business or the government help us in implementing this? Because now, as a tertiary cooperative, we are not funded. We are staying with community members, the poorest of the poor. In such events, we don't even eat. When we visit our members, we starve. What we do, we go into what is known as fasting, so that we can be in a position to help our members without having to expect food or to expect, all those things from them. It is very difficult, Minister. So please, we want a commitment from the small department business to say that, yes, here we are, and then we are going to work. I have to run. We're having another meeting with the Minister of Forestry at about, 2 o'clock. So hence, we're rushing to answer. But please, we want your assistance here in Mpumalanga. We've been here since 2013, and we are here. Please, assistance.
Okay. Okay, time for me or for this? Colleagues, can I refresh our memories? 2 minutes per question, and get to the point, who you are, the organization, and then ask the question. 2 minutes. I'm going to run a timer now from my phone so that you don't accuse me of being rude. You're on the floor, madam.
Okay. Greetings. My name is Mapito Mphahlele from Malelane, and I'm representing Komazi Women in Business Network. My question is to the panelists. What programs do you have for women empowerment, women who are in business? Thank you.
Thank you. You can come in as the third one, and you are the fourth one. Thank you.
Good day. My name is Thomas Marsh. I'm an entrepreneur in Ehlanzeni. I think it's very important to highlight the frustrations which we as entrepreneurs experience when trying to assist the government in creating jobs. Some of us spend our monies going to identify viable projects which can uplift our communities, only not to be taken seriously. And I think to qualify this, I must just mention that through God's grace in 2006, I managed to go to Taiwan and came back with a project of solar for the country. But my disappointment was that no one took me serious until the Chinese came and put up factories here. And it broke my heart, because all the profits in which our people had to enjoy locally, it's gone back to China. And I think I am so excited that possibly we've turned a new page now where things are going to be different. Because another problem I had was that officials used to look at us and say, who is this coming with this project? Which I think, again, I believe that page is shut and we're starting afresh. Because we are all, as entrepreneurs, I believe we are the eyes and ears of government, and we will be able to assist with many projects if only we are taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masha. We are noting you put as number 5, but before that, can he, not you, maybe it will be number 6. Yes, yeah, thank you. But
Good morning.
Okay, so he's going to talk on your behalf. Okay, it's fine. I did not note his hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim from Kim Leisure Travel, a division of Kim Shuttle. We are a tour operator in Mpumalanga. So my question, I would like to direct it to Doctor. Unfortunately, your accent was too beautiful. I missed your name. So
Let's allow the hands now and close the card.
it was not meant to be a joke or to charm, but
Now
okay. So, but I heard you mentioning being an incubator and accelerator program. One, I'm interested in finding out how does one come into the program? How do we apply? I think it could be one of the things that can assist us. I think as a small entrepreneurs, those are the capacity building is one way to actually lift up our service and also just equip us to deliver better services. So my second question would like to go to I think it was Mr. Kumalo, Mr. Stolle from SAFCOL. As a tour operator, we have aspiration to also venture into accommodation, and then especially in Graskop. So Graskop, fortunately or unfortunately, seems to be a forestry field, and I think it can be one of the nice places to have an ecology there. So, but it's very much difficult to find a land. So I'm interested in knowing which door and how can one be able to access land, especially that is owned by SAFCOL, because I think 90% of the land is forestry there. Thanks.
Thanks, Put, for those questions. It's Mr. Mahlalela from SAFCOL, not Mr. Sutol. And can I just allow another 5 and we're going to close the session. Mr. Mashiho, you'll be number 6. Put will be number 7. Put will number 8. Can I take hands this side? Says you'll be number 9 and number 10. We're going to close that part, then we can have answers. And if we have time, we can still take another round of questions. But for now, let's just allow the 5, and we have answers, and then we can then see whether time is allowing us to have another round of questions. If not, all is not lost, because our colleagues are here, all of us, we are here, and if you want to have a one-on-one session with a representative from Ehlanzeni, I'm here, from SEFA, from Seda, all our colleagues, IDC, all of them, they are here. So we will allow the session so that we can stick to time, because we still need to go to Ehlanzeni, to the chamber, and also, join our colleagues that side as well. So you can proceed with. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister and all protocol observed. My name is Ndabeni-Abrahams. I'm from African National Chamber of Commerce. I'm the President of African National Chamber of Commerce. Thank you very much for organizing this event for us. I may not respond direct to the panelists there, but I will speak on behalf of the Chamber and raise those questions that I want to raise here. Unfortunately, I'm doing this because we don't have an agenda where we can maybe know when exactly can we respond. But to note this, it's very important that when we prepare such an event, as organized business, you invite us prior, and then we sit down and we discuss this, and then we come together. When we come here, we already know what is going to take place, not to be taken by surprise. My first thing, I'll open this with your first question, is that how do we develop small business without formalizing it? Minister, how do we develop small business without formalizing it? The sector has been infested by a number of criminals disguised as entrepreneurs. We have a number of people around, even town, illegal foreigners, people who are coming here in our country, other people who are not even business and not registered, but they are in this province, they are in the business space, in this business sector. Some of them are doing business with the government, not qualifying, but they are called as business people. Then, to just quickly give you a few, because now I'm taking advantage that the minister is here. Please allow me to speak about this.
You have 45 seconds.
As a brief, my brother, can you please, I'm speaking on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Please allow me to speak, and then maybe I will assist you to half the hands that are here.
I'm gonna. Sorry, sir. I'm just gonna give you a grace of another minute because you have to give everybody a chance.
Yeah, I understand it. We are wasting time.
Please, maximize it.
The challenge that we are facing with, it's collision between business and politics. The relationship between business and government is dead. We have a challenge. Again, there's a rate MEC for economic development. Good morning. I want you to come in to speak to you on this one because your office is not accessible. I think if there are people that you must fire them immediately because we wrote letters to your office with neither even a letter of acknowledgement that we acknowledge your letter. Please attend to that. There's a letter on your table that requests a meeting with you. I think it's important that we also note that in the province, Minister, there's a possible state capture in our province. No one is getting business outside a certain cartel. The cartel and the first cartel was giving a group of business people, those are getting tenders over and over again. Companies one company will have 4 or 5 projects and other people are not getting jobs. And even the second cartel, I would call it the cartels, because they are actually not giving other people a chance to participate in the space. It is becoming a trend now, and we are watching a movie of tenderpreneur repeatedly being awarded multiple tenders.
As you wrap up.
We are invited in this event, which we appreciate. We are invited in this event, which we appreciate, to present a concept. And after the concept, I don't want to say it's going to happen, but normally, Minister, you'll never come back again. People disappear. The Department of the Department of Trade and Industry came in with the Township Economy Program. We went to Ngotini, they presented
Sir,
to us.
can I help you, sir? Because it's time up. Can you write to us so that we...
It's difficult.
Wait.
It's difficult. Can I finish?
May I finish? May I finish, please?
Yeah,
Let me finish.
All right, colleagues, can we be quiet? We are already late. Unless you're telling us to leave because we were late.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's respect the minister as a please.
Take the mic from the gentleman. We agreed on the rules of engagement for 2 minutes. Now the program director is requesting that if your questions are beyond the 2 minutes, please give us a note so that when we respond to that. We want to make sure that we give all SMMEs an opportunity. We are seated here with yourselves, and there's another grouping at Ehlanzeni that we must also attend to, just like yourselves. In the program that you responded to, there was time that was allocated of how long the program will take. Can we all respect that? We want this, unless you want to disrupt. I do have an appreciation that others will not have any interest of the deliberations I want to have. But if we are to engage, we've got to respect each other. We said as the program director here that must give an opportunity to everyone that wants to speak. Now it's either we abide by what was explained earlier. I did not see any hand that disputed when the program director said we're gonna give you 2 minutes, because we want to make sure that each and everyone here speaks. And we're not gonna change now, colleagues. I wanna promise you that. We have to engage with all of you. If you are covered, you keep your mouth shut or you wait for your opportunity to talk. Because all of you can raise hands, but if we continue to howl, it means we're not gonna be able to give you an opportunity to engage. I plead with you, Speaker, on the floor, as a representative of a body that you're talking about, please sit down, we've heard your questions, and please give me your questions. We will respond to them, that's all we're saying. Write them down because we should give an opportunity to others. Write the questions down, we are seated here. When we respond, we'll respond to each and every question asked. And that does not need us to howl and be out of order. Please, let's respect the session as you spent your monies and time to come here. Now in that order, 2 minutes, when that timer goes off, then it means we are taking the mic away from you. The runners should pay attention to that. Thank you.
Okay, order, madam. Now, we're gonna take the last question so that to allow the panelists to respond. And can I be directed who's next? We are gonna have a second round, ma'am, just. The mic is here, we'll come back to you, will be the first one in the next round. Order. Can you allow the speaker to speak? We're coming to you, sir. Can you be orderly there in that corner? Appreciate it. Is the mic not working? Where is the... Come here, but...
Thank you, Program Director. I'm Richard Mabuza, military veterans in the province, the most isolated ones. Thank you, Minister and the Deputy Minister. I'm not going to waste much time. My request from the panelists, I know they presented, but we don't have something because we must engage after. I should think maybe we must have something to coordinate those particular colleagues here. More special SAFCOL. We most visited number of doors of SAFCOL, but we didn't have assistant. I'm happy my colleague is here. Two, maybe on the side of Department of Finance, MEC, I've been looking at your tender bulletin since from last year, trying to study it. You'll find that there are few companies that are awarded tenders. Fine. Maybe it's because they are using tendering or whatsoever. But now when you look at those, maybe some certain companies are going to tender for certain jobs. You find that all of a sudden, that particular tender is withdrawn. You ask yourself as to those particular SMEs, how are they going to benefit? Because when you look at maybe from February to this February, same thing is happening, and continuously find that same companies are going to be given those 3 months continuity. So it tells you that there are certain companies that are considered based on the basis that you're going to withdraw that particular tender in order for this particular company to continue. So I think maybe we must begin to look at that particular issue. So on the side of our colleagues here, the private sector, we've got the HDIs. The lady mentioned there, it's not only women, you've got your disability, persons with disabilities, also military veterans. But how do you assist this government in as far as your companies is concerned? Because we shouldn't be saying we're private sector, but what role are you therefore playing to ensure that you assist this particular government? I thank you, Program Director.
One last person for the first round. Yes, sir.
Sanmanan, Njani?
You are and representing who?
Mina ngimalibonga sibonga Dlamini. Dovele nje ngene straight.
Yes,
Singabuka kuma opportunity ekutseni. Mina opportunity ngiyibone khona la. Kutholakala boseswethu ngaphandle lebahleli. Lana bebangathatha amathende abo kuyiwe ehuleni leli right kumbe dukel ground leli right. Bafike ba plant everything kude nebantu be catering kude nebantu labatosinike amandi. Konke kuniketwe ide capital ngisho neballpen imbala banike ide capital so nithi nine njengoba nifuna sima young entrepreneur nifuna ukuthi kusiphathini ukuthi sikhone ukuvula ama business ethu nithi thine le okulekhaya lekuhleli lesekuze kuyabola nokubola nithi sikusebenzise kuphi ngani nenithetho nyalo nikete umuntu lonemali ide capital uthi ihle njani ngoba sihlele ngaphandle nelithendele elikhulu lebe linga accommodate maybe 100 yabantu ngoba kude nyalo kujaha kwenu niye letinye tindzawo ngoba sonke nyalo sikhona kuphendulana kahle sente njani nyalo thina nina nyalo senisijaha ngesikhathi lebe sibekwe ngini shows kwanana nikho straight ngiyaxolisa ukukhuluma kabi mara shows kwanana you are not organized and ngala simoshe ama data bathi SVP what kuthi sihle kuyongena la sente njani thina lebe side lama data bese kufuna socelana nebantu lesihluphane nebantu but if ngalento lenje nifake kahle emaredweni nasema TV ngoba sonke sidlile lapha embombela lapha nabo seswethu basineta ama toilet la right konke yakubona nje so angadi nina cobo nangathi yonke le mali niyilethe la bengeke isisherele sonke as my young entrepreneur mina nambe ngingaletha nami lithende lami nasesihambe ngalethi catering yakho or nginemanga so angivisisi ngicela nje siyicacise nikhoma lapha ngoba ama opportunity awona nawa khona la ekhaya nawa khona la kini ngithathe nine na tot evaluation nine kusinibe sikhundleni nitibone ni right nihleli kahle doma city la right kuthi nofika le bubhushini le sikhulume nabo bonke mina even la angiboni namunye wakithi la angiboni namunye makhelwane wami la ncisini ukukhuluma lo
Thank you. Can we start, let's give a chance the panelists and the other representatives of the public entities to respond, and then we'll come back to you to take the second round. Can we do that? And on the issue of, if I may start, Minister, of the lady there asked about the opportunities for women empowerment from the private sector, the panelists, and also from our side, we prioritize the funding of women. In fact, when we score the applications for loans that have got grant component, a certain percentage of that grant goes to women-owned enterprises, 1. 2, it goes to youth-owned enterprises. 3, it goes to entities that are owned by people with disabilities. So if you look at our product list now in our website at SEFA, we do prioritize women and we do report to Parliament on how much of each and every loan that we've granted as an entity goes to women, youth, people with disabilities, enterprises in townships, and enterprises in rural areas. But I would like to, the first question, to allow the panelists maybe to come in and respond to those questions. And others that you feel they relate to your space. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. I think firstly, I will respond on behalf of government. We all know that it's as government, there's a Preferential Procurement Regulations Act that clearly specify the designated category. So we'll find there's youth, there's PWDs, there's women. So there is a target of each and every public entity that certain commodities or certain percentage of procurement spend must be set aside for those targeted designated groups. So it's not like that each and every entity will just decide. If they say 20% of your procurement spend must be set aside for women-owned. You have no choice, because at the end of the day, when you account to Parliament, you must provide tangible results to say this is the evidence, because even National Treasury is observing whatever procurement spend that you are doing. So hence, we've said, even us as SAFCOL, hence I've mentioned that most of our contractors currently, they are women-owned, because there is that mandate that is non-negotiable, that we have to be ensured. So for us, as long as you are a black woman-owned within our core function in forestry, and definitely we absorb you into our incubation program. If a contract is for 3 years, then we incubate you for 3 years, we support you for 3 years, so that you are able to deliver accordingly. We don't want any black person to fail within our program, because we are trying to redress the previous challenges that we had. Maybe also I will handle the issue of the tourism, the accommodation part. SAFCOL survive in terms of making profit. We are operating as an entity of government. So within SAFCOL, if you can check on our website, you'll find there is an ecotourism unit there. That ecotourism also is part of our income generation, because one thing you should be aware is that 80 to 90% of our trees are mostly into pine. The rotation of a pine is 0 up to 30 years before you harvest. So you plant it today, you'll harvest it from 25 to 30 years. So it's a long-term investment. So while we are waiting for that harvest, we rely in terms of your ecotourism, where you'll find our guest houses, you'll find our waterfalls, you'll find our hiking trail spots. So it's part of our income generation. But proposals are welcome. Then if you have something innovative, then you can also engage us, or even the economic development, because we are working with MEC for trying to explore other forestry opportunities. MTA is also there as our custodian for tourism. So the door is always open, because the only way we can improve is all about creativity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the questions. I'm going to focus on the lady's question about the programs that we have for SMMEs, and I'm also going to focus on the question about people living with disabilities. I think preferential procurement is embedded in the codes of good practice. As a company, as a multinational organization operating in South Africa, we are going to obviously abide by the rules and regulations set by the government, especially with regards to economic development, especially again in this regard. So that is a given. We are going to make sure that all our programs, they are favorable to those marginalized populations or communities. At McCain Foods, we have a program called the Farms of the Future. It has not been launched as yet, especially here in Mpumalanga, where we have the largest operation in Delmas. We have started in Lichtenburg in Northwest. The idea behind that program is to help identify young people who want to get into the agricultural space. That's the first part. Secondly, we want to get up to a point where we are helping them to capacitate their processes. When you are dealing with a company like this one, there are certain standards that you need to follow in order to be part of the value chain. So the company is quite committed to assisting those farmers to be able to supply us. There's different cultivars of potatoes. You might think that a potato is a potato, but at the end of the day, you'll realize that a potato that you get from McDonald's, the chip is quite long. But then the one that you get at KFC is actually shorter. So we use different kind of cultivars, and there's a certain standard that we need to follow. So when we are procuring from SMMEs or emerging farmers, we need to be in a position to help them to get to that standard, because you can't just take anything. And currently we have this situation where Most of the black farmers that we are sourcing from, they are not necessarily registered, so they are not complying with all the, the BEE elements. But then we've continued to work with them. And hence, to my point earlier on, I said I'm inviting all the government agencies and the government itself to help us work with these people so that we resource them and make sure that they are properly documented. I'm going to make an example here. Nando's, the other day, they wanted to do a report on their sustainability efforts, and they were looking for information from us. We had the information about the black farmers that we were working with. Most of them are women, but the only problem was that most of them were non-compliant. So it's difficult for them to record them to get their triple BE points if they're not compliant. So I'm actually inviting the government and the agencies to come and work with us to help them, because the commitment is quite clear. We want to change this thing. I think historically McCain has been in the country for 21 years now, and they've always been using big commercial farmers for obvious reasons. They can give us the right crop, there's security of supply. We don't have to work too hard to make sure that we get the produce. But now we need to sort of change the story and make sure that our people and our farmers are also part of the value chain. And we can't do it all by ourselves. We also need your support. Thank you.
Any take-up from the panelists?
It's now after 12, so I'll say good afternoon to everyone again. Okay, can I try that again? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, thank you. Ooh, by the time I leave here, my accent will change. I'm working on it, don't worry. All right, my responses will touch on the lady's question around programs for women empowerment. The gentleman next to you, you asked about how are we assisting government, as well as Kim. At least I remember your name after the kind compliment you shared. So I'll respond all of them at once. And I'll start off by saying collaboration is the new competition, good people. We can be specialists in different areas, but we at 22 on Sloan thrive on collaboration. We don't do what we do by ourselves, and we need government, we need private sector. Now I'll give you an example of how we work. There's the United Nations Development Program. So last year we celebrated the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and they came to us and said, look, you are the specialists, you work with small businesses on a daily basis. You have these kind of dialogues with them on a daily basis. Please assist us to find out what are the pain points that women are facing, that youth are facing, and we can tailor something together. Once you've put that through, you will lead it and we will support you. In the process, we identified 10 female-owned businesses between KZN and Gauteng who were affected by COVID, as well as the July unrest. So in that process, they were taken through a competition to see the type of business that they have, and they won a seed grant. But in order to activate that seed grant, our role was to make sure that we have what we call strategic sessions, getting to understand, so who are you? What's the nature of your business? What are the challenges? Where are you going? Because if we don't unpack those elements in the beginning, you'll get the money, but you might not see the opportunities that you can use it for. So each month we do strategic sessions with them until the end of April, and assist them to utilize the funding in the most constructive way. We then saw an opportunity to have what we call a capacity building program, which uses some of the elements we have in the incubator, and this is where the Seda partnership comes in, because Seda has got strong areas which we as 22 on Sloan can capitalize. What we bring in order to make sure that we assisting government and also focusing on women as per the triple PFMA that has been discussed is access to market and access to finance. Access to market, that's where we have partners such as McCain coming on board who will say, as part of our supply development, people are not complying. Can you assist us to make sure that they comply? So we'd have what we call business clinics. And in those business clinics, sometimes you see that you don't know what you don't know until you're actually told about it. Where do you go? Where do you start looking? Compliance, what is that? It sounds so scary. So we'll have quarterly business clinics where we actually unpack it so that you understand the compliance within your sector of agriculture, within your sector of waste management, or within your sector of technology. Once you have that information, it becomes easier to then reapproach Seda or reapproach SEFA and say, right, remember that proposal I sent to you? My ducks are now in a row because the information has come to the party, and private sector can then say, let's go ahead with these 5 ladies because you've equipped them with the tools, tricks, and techniques for them to complete the application process. The aspect of access to capital, it complements what SEFA is already doing. Because we have a footprint in 43 other African countries and we work a lot with venture capitalists and whatnot, it gives us that insight to be able to say, okay, so this is where the money is. All right. Let's have a masterclass focusing on grant funding, where we equip you with the tools, tricks, and techniques which you can then utilize in your own business. When you leave that masterclass or that business clinics, it's a practical thing that you need to do when you get home, so that when you do apply for funding at SEFA or any other organization, at least you are equipped with tangible assets. I know I'm over my 2 minutes. I'll stop there, but thank you.
One response from the colleague, and then we allow the second round of questions.
Colleagues, I won't be long. I think my colleague here has already covered most of the things I was going to talk about. However, maybe I should talk about this one, so we are all in one page. May I remove this? Thank you. Colleagues, when me, who is Ruben, starts a business, when I start this business, there has to be a difference between me, the Ruben, and my business. When I start a small business in my house, in my home with friends, there has to be a distinction between the me or the us friends and colleagues and the business. The language that the business talks is not the same language that we speak. When it comes to your quality management system, how you recruit people, how you train people, how you handle your customer relations, how you manage your finances, these are things that are business languages. I don't talk this thing with my African Chamber of Commerce business, Mr. Mashiko. We talk something else, isn't it? But when we talk business language, we talk the quality, the language of the business itself. Not what I want to talk about with my friends when we talk chiefs and pirates. That's a different story. So colleagues, when you have a business like right now, we have got businesses. What is the quality management of your business? What is the policy when it comes to your finances? What is the policy when it comes to your recruitment, selection, training, and placement? What is your policy as a business owner when it comes to how you communicate with your stakeholders? Who are they? What are they to you? How do they relate with you? So what I'm saying to you is, if you need to talk about that, if you need help on that front, I'm here. We are here. Thank you.
Oh, I'm that short. Before we take the second round, colleagues, Minister, you come in to wrap after the second round? Okay. I just wanted to respond to the military veterans. Let's talk me and you, because we have a fund in SEFA called Nyamazana, which was specially designed for the military veterans. And we've been struggling there, Minister, to see traction because of the quality of the business proposals that came from the Nyamazana applicants. What we've done we've signed an MOU with the Department of Defense. And now we learned later that we have to sign another MOU with the Department of Military Veterans. And another association called SAMRA, they are going to train the veterans or the children of the veterans on the repairs and maintenance of cell phones, for example, so that we displace the foreigners in that space. And we will be signing an MOU quite soon. I know they've started training some in Pretoria, or rather Gauteng, and they're training some in the Eastern Cape, and they'll be going around the provinces. And ours as SEFA is to utilize that fund of Nyamazana to finance those entities once those kids and those veterans have been properly trained in that regard. So what I'll get your number so that we take it from there. Because it's better to talk with an association and a structured organization. To the colleague from the chamber, what we do, it's not the first time, by the way, that we visit provinces. We engage with the chamber, they write to us these issues, and then we follow up with the engagements post these events, so that we can deep dive into all the issues that the chamber is facing. I'm not straight-targeting you here, but we needed to manage the process, but I'll commit that I'll get your number so that we do that thing in that particular fashion. But also, colleagues, when we get these opportunities, we brought the top leadership of the country, the province and local government here to come and hear your complaints. There are two things in business that limit businesses actually. The studies will tell us that we've done recently. Number one, the biggest challenge is networks and access to markets. This forum provides you an opportunity to network. The second challenge, obviously, was the issue of crime, where people were worried because most of the small businesses are handling cash and they become targets of violent crime. And the third one, which was shocked, was access to finance, because I thought access to finance would be the top one. So we need to use this opportunity to network, not to scream your lungs out and leave this place with high blood, but let's work out here with networks so that our businesses can grow. With that said, we're going to take 5 last questions, colleagues, because the other colleagues on the other venue are waiting. 5, ne? Where is the roving mic? We are this side now. I think what we'll do, we've taken plane to this side. We will take 3 this side and take 2 this side. No, can I program direct? So let's count. You will help me there. 3 and 2. You've been monopolizing this side, colleagues. With due respect, we'll take 2 and then 3 this side so that we're fair. So it's 1. There's a lady there. I'm colorblind. 2. You see her, ne? 2. Yes. The one in front of you. Yes. Can you? Okay. Hello? Oh, gosh. Hello? It's 1, 2, and the gentleman at the back, can we give them a chance? 3. Use with a label in your pocket. Yes, sir. Yes. So it's 1, 2, 3. And then we said we're going to take 2 this side so that we finish. Yes. Can we hear the ladies, man? Gents who've been talking. Can I take the lady at the back? You with the pink sfonyo? And the lady with the... Yes. Okay, let's start there. Your name and the organization say 2 minutes, I'm going to set my counter. Let us not fight over that one.
Not a problem, sir. Okay, protocol observed to all the stakeholders present. My name is Busiso Makaringa. I'm from Bushbuck Ridge. I'm a subsistence farmer, like a small holding farmer. So my question is directed to McCain, because I think you are relevant for me in this instance. I just want to find out quickly in terms of your radar span of your suppliers, because you're saying that you're based in Delmas and another factory is somewhere else. So, but you find that in Bushbuck Ridge, which is the northeastern side of the province, we have the land that does produce your crops, your potatoes, sweet potatoes, and therefore and therefore. But however, you find that when we get to apply with you guys there at McCain, we are told of the radius and how when you have to transport the products that we make, maybe like our crops, we won't be able to make it there because maybe they'll be rotten by the time they get there and stuff. So just want to know, like, what are mitigating factors that you have to try and assist us just to ensure that at least we also participate there, because we shouldn't just be discriminated geographically. We should be able to work there. And then the second one, it's with regards to the ministry, small business ministry. We just want to know, like, in terms of the fourth industrialized revolution, like, how is it going to touch into our township? Because we see, man, like, there's a lot of opportunities that can come from it, like the unrolling of Wi-Fi in the townships, giving access to schools and all those stuff. So, like, how far are we in accelerating that in Mpumalanga? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're very professional. You saved me 20 seconds. Let's see the next person, if she can beat that record. Yeah? Where is it going? Are you hijacking?
Good morning. No, I was number 9. I'm sorry if I'm hijacking.
Okay.
I was supposed to be number 9.
Okay.
Yeah, actually,
Okay.
the gentleman is the one who hijacked my position.
Okay, we're gonna, oh, it's fine. We have a compromise. The deputy minister said I must give you 2 more this side.
Okay.
So you're number 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomcebo Mtweni. I'm from Barberton. I just want to voice out my frustration and also my appreciation. I want to appreciate SEFA and small businesses. I'm one of the SMMEs who got the funding, but now I have a frustration. I'm unable to get electricity so that I can operate my business. My business have everything, it's up, all the equipment and everything is there, but I'm short of electricity. So I would like to ask for help so that I can open my business. I was supposed to open on the 15th. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Straight to the point. That's sharp and to the point. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Kulumana Angel Dlamini from Matulu, from Olusha Mbombela project. Minister Stella la Kasida, umasithola ama-class, basihlukanise, kube nalaba improve ama-business wabo, umuntu wakhile ibhizinisi, but uyohlala lapha edeskini nemuntu losafuna kuqala ibhizinisi. Uyabona? Selapho kusinika inkinga thina lesinawo amabhizinisi ethu, ahleli, sifuna ifunding, sifuna solalela loyo muntu ukuthi ibhalwa njani i-business plan. Thina already sesinawo, sivalile due to COVID, sifuna ifunding, sinawo ama-equipment, sicela lapho nje unisendele ukuthi sihlukane. Sekwesi-2, babe Ruben, sicela uma nisivakashele kaSida while basinike lama-classes, because siyanida la. Kunema-pharmacy like baba waseMK, bete batosichazela ukuthi mina as a farmer ngifuna kuba ifunding. Ngihamba njani the steps to le ngofika to provide bona ngibanike into tami le ngoba akhona ama-pharmacy lamancane la sathenda nabo boSida bo ini mara asikhoni ukuthola indlela. Sekwesi-2, kwesi-3 lama service provider la sibhalela ama business plan abasiniki kaSida bathi wait. Uyabona? Manje asathi ukuthi sitoma size kufika isikhathi lesingakanani. Solo bathi sifuna i-service provider yokuthi isibhalele i-business plan. Sicela nisinike isikhathi ukuthi after doing these courses ninesikhathi lesingaka nihlangane ne-provider lenibhalele i-business plan kube njalo. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you give to the lady, yes, there, next to me, before she kills me?
You see, the problem is you have seen my voice talking like a lady, so you thought I'm a lady.
Apologies, man.
I'm suffering. Reason why I'm talking like this, 25 years ago, I was diagnosed with throat cancer.
Apologies, man.
So ngiphila ngemthandazo. I don't take any tablets, I just drink insangu kuphela. One stakeholder here is missing. It means one homework was not done on another part. Where is CIDP here? Where is CIDP here that is busy on degrading black young contractors? CIDP, Minister, I question yami I directly kuwe. Ndo ibita ngeligama le company, mina solo bang degrade nami frustration. WBHO ya calibration sentin lawa azange bayi degrade. Ngai raise le questions se Kasambo kune CEO ye CIDP. So lendo lebeka ikhuluma mandla mashiho le ma red tapes is there in the government of the ANC. You like it or not, is there. My question will be directed to also ngala ku tourism. Mine as a small person ku construction industry. Ku civil minister in a grade 3, which means I can build a road. Ku GP on building in a grade 2, it means ngayaki RDP. The problem lekhona lesibukana nayo bayiraisile yema tenders ubuka uyavula the very same companies lasihlala khona thina emalokishini letikolo tiyabola letikolo ta designer ngeapartheid kudzala uyafika amandla mashiho una 1 million uthi uyadonate kule sikole abakha ama class babuyela to the very same structure se-apartheid kube thina sikhona na government ukhona with the new designs. Kunel politician lelikhona la lengilisho ngeligama utoyiva lento ukuthi ngayiraise iPMK mabona construction of which is my company, Patrick Muzikoza of which is my name. Mina I wanted to start a skolo ukuthi ufundzise umuntu kubeka steel ufundzise umuntu kubeka tiles. The problem ukuthi
That's where the problem starts. Antisivumela ukuthi 2 minutes bandla.
No, but mina all my time.
So another wrap up ke baba, another
Wena
minute.
wrap up.
Yes. Yes.
Mangirepapa ukuthi kubabe mahlalela ku Safcol ne ushido ukuthi baku ecotourism whatsoever. Those who travel ngalana kubo panorama route lomgwaqo mubu bolile unema potholes. Thina we are there as young contractors sokuthi sitholele incubator system. Ngaraise leligama 15 years ago it was not fashionable. Namuhla wonke umuntu ukhuluma nge-incubator.
Thank you. This is the last one. This side is 5 already, and we need to give the colleagues this side, ladies being a priority, the last bite. Over to you. Apologies to you, say it was never meant to demean your health challenge. Sorry, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tumisani Nkose.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Is it okay?
Yeah, Kala Tumisani.
Okay. Just my kindly request to the minister. I'm based mostly on the automotive industry. What I'm currently requesting, Minister, I believe right now, I think 70% of the state work is being done by the West Bank. It's just a problem. I think there's lots of young people who've got the right equipment to do jobs, but currently sitting frustrated, especially on the rural areas. There's nothing that frustrates. I'll just make one example. An ambulance that's only specializing with people around Matulu. When it has to service, it needs to come to Northbridge. But there is someone who's equipped to do such a thing in Matulu. It's just an example. So my plea is just to, if you can just give us a clarity on that one, and how exactly does West Bank, not only West Bank, but let's just say all the fleet, or what you call government vehicles, how exactly do they allocate them? Thank you.
So basically, the question is about the procurement of government fleet
100%.
and its management.
100%.
Is all servicing of the fleet after it has been procured? Both.
It's both, sir, even if it can come today out of the garage, obviously it's gonna need service, obviously it's gonna be
The
breakdown
whole
and
fleet
mechanical.
management setup.
100%.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. There's a lady at the back, or should we start age? Sorry, man, can we give the
Good
lady
afternoon,
first?
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mam Jabu Nyambi. I'm from Mount Sheba Nature Reserve in Pilgrim Rest. For me, it's not a question, it's a challenge that, Minister, I'm facing as a woman in this industry. This is a very difficult industry, and MEC, he knows about it. And my challenge, Minister, I'm facing the challenge is very serious, Minister. It's very serious because people are poaching at my farm. They are doing poaching, they are killing the animals, and I reported to MTPA. And I requested MTPA to help me with the fence because my animals, they are staying in the plantation at Safcol, but Safcol. So it's where it gets killed. So for me, Minister, ngicela fence pay. MEC, ntong fence la shem la payana. Ni fence the 1,110 hectares, so that I must be able to run my business easily. Because this industry, MEC, you know, ukuthi yalaba laba mhlophe. Ngimfati eMpumalanga honor that business. But nikhona aningsiti. Ngicela ifenis. Hayi lokunye MEC na minister. Hayi lokunye fence pay. 4 million ukufaka ifenis. Ngifakeleni nabakithi hayi ngifakeleni shem. Hayi ngifakeleni. Minister, I've done all the training. It took me to the training. As we speak, I'm going to write an exam, a professional hunting. I know how to handle 308 now. But the fence, the fence. Ngiyacela, Minister, MEC. Ngiyabonga, I've got employees, 15 employees. So must I retrench them because of a fence? Hayi, Nkosi yami ngisideni bantu bami. Ngitawucasha another 20. You put a fence, another 20.
Uzwakele ma, uzwakele. Iledi lokugcina. Iledi lokugcina. Seyivale.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rehauhetswe. My name is Rehauhetswe Mokhwatjane. I'm from the company called FHI 360. FHI 360 is a company that focuses mainly on female. We call them AGYWs. It's adolescent girls with young women. My question is based on, to all on the panel. What is it that we have to do for our girls out there that needs financial stability to progress in their business? We have a lot of girls in our communities that they are from a poor background, sorry to use that word, but that's how it is. It is difficult for them to attend seminars like this so that they can be equipped. So I'm asking Bubu Ruben, how can we get hold of you whereby we gather those ladies or those girls, then you come and equip them so that even if they take their least cents in their pockets, good drafter a proposal and pitch them in. They know that they are professional and they will be looked at in a very soft eye because they will be convincing ukuthi lo muntu uyasazi story sakhe. Then the other thing, when we grew up, they used to say to us, you educate a woman, then you educate the nation. We're coming back to you guys saying, we are pleading with you. We are trying to educate those little girls so that when they grow up, bakhula ngalesimilo sekuthi namfati abambile ngala kubukhali khona kude into letomelana nayo. So siyacela kuthi i-USAID isukele America le ita e-South Africa bava the way siphuwe ngako. So nani colleagues, when you get emakhaya, tell your kids, tell your community kuthi mawuva bathi nayi ibus or i-taxi or a car from FHI to the centers, go there niyothola luncedo, because we do have bantwana labasema universities that they are from labanga afford khona. USAID is giving them money to go and study, to come and give back to the community. So that's the little they can do, but we're asking locally or from the provincial, what is it that we are getting? Bayaya abantwana esikolweni babuye bahlale bangawutholi imisebenzi. Bayaya abantwana bafundiswe ama-vocational trainings babuye bangadi ukuthi where to. They go like Sisi akhulumile. They go, but every time I go them in an IQ, kuti bangisite just to draft my proposals. And we cannot abandon them, because sibatole bahleli, balahleli themba lokuthi we will never work or I will never own a company. We try to groom them. So Stella nani nisilekelele for the kids kuti bagrow, nabo bayoniketa back to their community. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very, being instructed, dear Minister, to give one youth this side. I don't think you look youth. There is a let's give
Sanibonani. Ngiyabonga ukuthola lithuba noma ungangineti kahle. Ligama lami ngishadrack Mamakagula. Elphisa, village boy. Kokuqala nje ngifuna ukubonga ku Seda. Cishe ngathi yanceda siyayibona. I-problem ingala kaSifa. Ngiyabona abantu kusitshela ukuthi kufuna sitraine in. Nabo sicela ukuthi batraine labantu kufuna basincede la kuma office. And nalendo bathi ma committee kufuna ihlale nasefuna fund. Bathi ihlala after 3 months. Kuyaphela 2 years so long ayitholi funding. Minister, ngicela i-1 on 1 ngosikhathi esincane. Noma ngipha 5 minutes. Noma ngipha 5 minutes ngiyacicelela. Oh, okay. August 2. Kunesiciko lenaso ngala, umthetho omusha. Ngiyeva MEC ukuthi uyanceda. A useless department lesingasincedi. Useless department. Ungakobuka lapho abantu balahlekela umsebenzi. Tingonyama tidla tingomo tebantu. Bafuyi bakhala busuku nemina ngathi bakhala kangaka emaradiweni. Ngathi uyancedeka. Angathi sikhali kangaka lapha ema-ofisini kude nami lesinceda. Mara onke malanga umemetela budget MEC futhi. Uyamemeta khuluma budget kuna umalini kuthi yakupha wathi. Ungathi yafika lapha bathi imali idliwe ithethwe ama-politician. Ithetha mina nangimbuka ngibuka sigebengu. Lapha ka premium 2019 usilendo ingoti. Bamemetele 250,000 webantu labasha. Kude namunye lo itholile. Ungathi uyafika bathi kufike abantu be-youth league. Asibat bobani, ubulawa labaphethula tibuni baya lapho bokumathavele siniswabale ngamagama. Siyabona ukuthi sikhaphe bona. Manje asathi minister soyilungisa njani. But last year besina Mchabeng kazo sengangeni. Bathi minister Mchabeng lo waselo. Uzamile kusinceda ngalokunye. That's why ngicela ukubona i-1 on 1. Siqhubeke lapho. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Okay, now the youth now that when we cut it, colleagues. That's the last one. Yes. We remember, colleagues, we have people that side waiting, and you are an hour late. Can you imagine? Can we also try to respect them and allow them?
Good day. So I have a question here. My question is that do such organizations offer funding to businesses which are based on the blockchain and cryptocurrency market, since there is no blockchain and cryptocurrency legislation, regulation, financial and insurance framework as of yet in South Africa. And mind you, as we are speaking today, the global cryptocurrency market is worth $1.7 trillion, like the market cap.
Thank you, thank you. That's really, for IR, you take it to another level now. Colleagues, quickly, we just gonna allow the panelists to respond and then allow the minister to wrap up, and then we go and attend to those colleagues that side who are patiently waiting for us to come and also attend to their issues. Come again? Yes, yes, please. 1 minute per panelist.
Thank you, colleagues, for the questions posed. FHI, thank you. Okay, we've got a date. Okay, then to you, the business owner, who sit with a challenge of understanding how to draft your business proposals and business ideas, because colleagues, there's one thing you need to understand. If I can just, 1 second, please. If you think 5 ideas a day, business-related ideas a day, you have 25 ideas in a week. You have got 100 ideas in a month. You've got 1,000 ideas in a year. This is common sense 101. I know some of the ideas might not work, but of the 1,000 ideas you've thought about, right, one has to come to life. Okay? So I'm saying, those who would like to talk to Ruben, yes, Ruben is available. Okay? Let us talk business, colleagues. Let us talk business, guys. We're still going to appeal to the municipalities. That structure, that group of our leaders, we need to talk to you so you understand us as businesses in terms of how you manage businesses, how you govern businesses. Let there be a portfolio. Let there be a portfolio. I can see Seda. I hear of Seda, sefa, the likes. I understand. Thank you very much. But let there be a hands-on approach. The municipal manager must have a briefing and understanding of how many businesses people have wanted to talk to him or her and what has she been doing about it. We can't be dilly-dallying, colleagues, and come here and be short-term. We can't. These things can be done from today. It's January, tomorrow's going to be December. Let's work. Thank you.
I don't know whether any panelist has self-called. Time you guys.
Thanks, Proctor. Mine, I think now it's going to be very, very quick. Because Mr. Koza raised the issue of the status of our road in our tourist site. That point is taken. I'm sure even the National Tourism is aware of it. So what I'm thinking that it will need all stakeholders to be on board, so that, because even those areas, there are private forestry companies that are using the same road, so it will require an intergovernmental relation so that that issue is addressed. Then secondly, the issue of crime. One of the biggest problem that we have in the whole forestry industry is timber theft. So it's not only it's timber theft, there are a lot of criminal activities that are taking place in that area, but currently the company is busy engaging with SAPs to ensure how we are able to cap such activities, because it realized, like I've mentioned, that to plant a tree, before you harvest it in 25 years, then they steal it, then it's a loss of our income. So thanks.
Puti, thank you very much for the question. Ubaba was Bushbuckridge. Indeed, the challenge with fresh produce is transportation. And that's why we've always worked with people who are closer to our facilities. But that is not the end of the story. We are engaging a company called Ultimate Growers to help us identify you guys in the regions and to help you to get your produce to us. Secondly, potatoes have a longer shelf life, so we can play around with that one. So let's have a discussion after this. Lady, the one that you asked question about the girl children. Can we also have a discussion after this engagement so that we can work together? But then obviously it's going to be centered around the areas where I have operations, then we can maybe take it forth. Thanks a lot.
No, thank you, Program Director. Just few questions that I want to talk to. Well, I will invite the chamber to come for a meeting on Friday so that we can take our discussions. Well, I heard the issues around the bulleting and one and the same companies getting work. It's one of our observations as well, and we assist with trying to find solutions to that. We are currently trying to, as you will know, we have introduced the invoice tracking system. Now we are working towards introducing the e-procurement system so that these people who are handling documents and stealing some there, they will not have a role to play going to the future. So it's a matter that we assist with in trying to assist our businesses so that also on your quotations, the rotational system, we've already introduced it so that we make sure that it's not one and the same businesses that get an opportunity to work with government. Well, the entire question around the small-holding farmers, or as it relates to the agricultural sector, when we discuss this, in fact, I want to invite all the private sector so that you focus your attentions on the agri-hubs that we have built in the different regions, because that's where all of you must be able to go and supply your product there. Because in our own understanding, these agri-hubs will also feed into the international fresh produce market, which we are currently working in towards operationalizing it, so that it really relieves the strain of you having to plow for years but not have access to markets. So we assist with that question as well. MTPA is here, the chairperson of the board for MTPA is here, Victor Mashiko. I'm sure all the issues that have been raised by Umama, because it's one of, you do have a relationship with MTPA, I will just follow up with them and see how best can they assist you, and all other areas that are under MTPA. We will take those discussions with them. Thank you very much.
Invite the minister. I just want to appeal to the panel. Raised by the participants outside. And to that question, the minister is the Minister of Small Business Development. She is no longer OPEX, we're telecoms now.
No 4IR cuts across. And the small businesses, as part of them being developed, they have to participate in the digital space. So we are the relevant people as the small businesses here. Thank you so much, Program Director. I would like to pass my greetings to Hoshi, to the Deputy Minister of the Department, the MEC, the mayors, and the different political representatives in terms of the public reps, the panelists that are here, and most importantly, yourselves, the SMMEs and cooperatives of our country. You may take it lightly when we say we appreciate that we found ourselves in the crisis that we found ourselves in this morning, which means that it was your heeding the call to say there is a need indeed to engage between ourselves. And of course, because of the many frustrations that we go through, we tend to lose it at times, but you remained disciplined and focused that we're here to engage on the business of developing small businesses. And for that, we are grateful as the ANC government. I've listened to the questions, and firstly, I would like to agree with I think he was the first speaker who said, what did you say? That was Lambastingas. Who said, we call you here, we never come back, we talk about things, and then we don't implement. Indeed, as we track our record over the 27 years, we do take stock of all those weaknesses that we have had, because we do agree that we find ourselves here talking about high unemployment rates, because we have not invested much in the small businesses. Should we have invested in the small businesses, we would have been talking about high unemployment. We would have been talking about an economy that is not growing. And of course, should we not have engaged on the social ills that we find ourselves in, whether we talk about state capture or all the other corrupt tendencies, our country would be far. But as I say that, I want to say the only way to rectify that is when we honest and serious about the business that we are undertaking. It takes two to tango. The monopolization of some sectors or some departments by some entrepreneurs, it means there are two people that are colluding with the officials. And if we do not expose those, we're not gonna address the challenge. We're gonna come back in the next 5 years and we'll be complaining about a cabal that is getting business from government. As we say that, after the January 8th and the Lekgotla of the governing party, the president of the country made a commitment on the things that we said we were looking at. Whilst we are dealing with corruption, but the need to beef up our capacity as the state. There's a speaker who said, whilst you're training us, also make sure that you train your officials. It is the reality that the background that we have when we come to government is different. And the reality that some of us went to school, we're starting to be employed, whilst you hustlers out there are making things happen, whether they're school or not. There's the difference in that. Therefore, how we understand your operations and how you would understand us requires us to have constant engagements to see if the tactics that we introduced are really effective to the day-to-day life that you are busy with. So we do agree, as I said, and take responsibility that indeed we committed in ensuring that we're not going to see the re-emergence of what happened in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Because failure to address that would mean that we're going to have many people who come and fight and demand and do all the other things that we've seen, and that's a situation we do not want. Now, the panelists here came and explained some of the processes that we need to undertake. You've listened to Robin talking about the language of doing business. Despite all the frustrations that we have, it is important that we understand the ecosystem that we're operating in, including the psyche of the ecosystem. Because if we do not understand that, we'll keep on talking past each other. They will keep on saying we have opportunities, but you'll be sitting and saying, but we're not getting opportunities, which means there's a language that is spoken but not understood, which is why we said it's high time that we deal with the red tapes that we have in government. We can't be saying we recognize the role of the small businesses. We recognize that the National Development Plan says we must grow the economy through small businesses. We recognize that the National Development Plan says we must create 9 million jobs out of the 11 envisaged through small businesses, but we are putting 0.5% worth support to the small businesses. That is why the president made the emphasis of a district development model focus that we're going to be operating in as government, changing how we've been doing things in the past in order to make sure that we build a better future in addressing the challenges our country is facing, unemployment. I did talk about what the National Development Plan says. And therefore, when Cabinet adopted the district development model, it meant that our department, as we are doing here in Mpumalanga and proceeding to other provinces, we have to engage at a district level. We've got to engage with our counterparts in the council and the local municipality in terms of understanding the local economic development strategy, because everything arises out of that. If we allow self-call or any other company to participate here, what is the contribution of that company, be it private sector, towards growing the economy of this area? And it is only then that government and the entire country can therefore see the returns of why we bring investors and encourage the partnerships that we're talking about. So we are encouraging our solutions now and plans around the districts. That's why we emphasize the need for alignment from local level to the national level. Seda may be training, SEFA may be providing funding, but what if all of those, they don't talk to the economic drivers of this area? So it's something that we're saying we have learned. We didn't know, we inherited, we continued with the status quo, we made changes here and there, but now we see that there's a need again to review, including the model for our agencies that are responsible for developmental financing. We cannot, as SEFA, NEF, IDC, and others, make a criteria ifane neka ABSA, and we think we're gonna assist small businesses and we're gonna be able to drive a developmental agenda. This is something that we have agreed on out of the governing parties Lekgotla, that will find expression in the cabinet Lekgotla that we're going to tomorrow, and therefore it will find expression in our budget votes as the ministers. It's a commitment to say, if we are saying, like we issued the Youth Challenge Fund that the CEO was talking about, the budget that we had was 300 million, and the demand based on the applications submitted is about 660 million. It tells you that there's a demand, there's hunger from young people to participate in their economy. But if we're gonna be given 2 million, it means we're gonna fail on that. And therefore the balance to say, as we look at the resources, the demand that is there, the quality of service, as Ruben emphasizes. Our responsibility thereof as the department, outside coordinating that UDM explained earlier on the work towards small business development, is to create an enabling environment, is to make sure that if SAFCOL says we have this market opportunity, we need 10 truck drivers or people who can supply us with trucks and an end, Seda should be able to come on board and assist in terms of the business development, and SEFA should not say we don't approve, but Seda has trained you. How do we align the ecosystem? We shouldn't have an agency from the province, Mpumalanga, what do we call it, Mpumalanga Mega. We shouldn't have Mega funding the same people that Seda and SEFA is funding. All we are saying now, because we've seen what the disintegration does, hence we talk about the support that goes to the few and not to the majority. And remember, I emphasize this. If we support the few, it tells you that we're not going to be able to transform and grow the economy. It tells you that we're not going to be able to create more jobs. And this is what we are expected to do as government and the private sector. So it's not a favor to say, let us bring many SMMEs and cooperatives on board. And that, from Mandla, and that includes the informal businesses too. I understand your quest because of the constituency that you represent, that we must formalize businesses. But research has shown that many jobs that have been created in the past year were created in the informal settlement. It further goes on to say about 178 billion rands comes from the informal businesses. That's why singabanyansi labo mama bazi hawkers. That's why we take them on board, because others are addressing the poverty levels. Others are addressing, of course, the survivalist, whilst we are looking at those that must help grow the economy. But if we all flock into construction, it tells you that there's going to be saturation, and we're not going to be able to create opportunities for everyone. That's why now the need for that alignment of a local economic development strategy of that district becomes critical, so that when the MEC's department comes on board, they are supporting what the district wants to do. When we come with Seda and SEFA, NEF and others, we come to support that this area has chosen to say, because we're good in agriculture, because we're good in mining, because we're good in this and that, and therefore, as much as we're going to tap into other opportunities, but 60% of our resources should be dedicated to these areas. We are working on that. The Deputy Minister mentioned that we are busy with the process of finalizing the master plan towards the national integrated support for small businesses. Again, that's not a government plan. That's why we're consulting with everyone, because we don't make policies for us. As you are saying here, some of the things that we offer from Seda, SEFA, and other agencies from government are not relevant to your needs. UCC says there's a need that when you're providing that support to us, there's a need that you categorize us based on the needs, which is why we said, as part of creating a one-stop center for small businesses, because we're appreciative of the fact that if you have to run to SARS, get the tax clearance, move to SEFA, apply for funding, come to the municipality for the permit, and then end all those things that you go through, go to the bank to open a bank account, it's time consuming, and that is costly to small businesses. Because the time you have, you should be chasing money. So we're saying, let's create a one-stop center. We're merging Seda, SEFA, and the CBDA, which is the Cooperatives Bank Development Agency, into one first. So that if that team has analyzed your application in terms of the business plan and all of that, it automatically transfers you for funding. It therefore tells you that if we are saying we have approved 10 in the construction sector, we must say, oh, hold it there. If we go for 20, it tells you that there's going to be saturation and these people are not going to have the opportunity. How do we diversify in the space that we're involved in? But at the center of that is the call that has been made by many people to say our offices do not have reach throughout the country. You may be lucky that here you have a Seda and SEFA office, but another area of the same municipality does not have access to that, which becomes costly not only to do business, but to access the services of government. In that, we said we are developing. Somebody spoke about the 4IR, what's the role of the small businesses there, and what are we doing? We are developing a digital platform that we want you on your cell phone to be able to click to Seda, SEFA, SARS, CIPC, and whoever that is the stakeholder, a critical stakeholder of the ecosystem that we're involved in. And this is a process that we've asked, again, small businesses to drive. We've asked small businesses, those that are in the tech space, to help us, because they are small businesses themselves. They will know what is user-friendly to small businesses. And of course, we are taking into consideration the issue of the cost to communicate, the data cost. Hence, we said we want a platform wherein it belongs to the department, you're part of the ecosystem. You don't have to pay for data if you use the platform. But when you go out of the platform that talks small business and everything that we do, then of course you're gonna pay to the people that you subscribe to. All of this we are doing because we are saying we want to promote entrepreneurship. And the first leg of promoting entrepreneurship is providing information to the people that have interest of being entrepreneurs, is providing the relevant platforms to them to say if they are saying this is the criterion. And as I said, we are trying to engage with all to relax the criterion. There is no need, once more I repeat, for us as a developing country to copy the criterion of developed countries, because it's not gonna work. We're doing things in an African way and a South African character, taking into consideration the understanding of the challenges that we have as the people on the ground. Many questions have been responded to in relation to the support towards women, and we are committing, I know SEFA, 45% strictly on the monies that are distributed goes to women. We are planning that when we get more money, we'll be able to increase. But again, these things that we do not pay much attention to when we fill in those forms, it is a reality that the department currently has about 2.5 billion rands as the budget. That's a drop in the ocean, right? Based on what you need. But guess what? We don't spend all of it. Because, yes, because of the challenges we experience. We call for certain applications and we list the criteria, and then people don't submit all the documentation. That's why the CEO was saying now, we've taken a decision to say, you have not certified your ID. We have to call for certified IDs because somebody spoke about people who are claiming to be small businesses whilst they are not. Therefore, we've got to make sure that we follow all the security checks that we satisfy ourselves, because when we go to Parliament and everywhere else, when they want us to account, when we say we've supported 50,000 businesses, indeed, these should be credible businesses that met the standards. So we scrutinize all of those because, hey, akho ndingathengiswayo kweli lizwe. Yonke into uthengisa umntana, yonke into iyathengiswa. Which takes me to the next level that I had also people talking about in terms of most of the businesses that are operating illegally. Again, who gives people space to trade? Where are they renting from? Whose properties are they buying? All of these frustrations that we're talking about are not going to be resolved by government alone. Government must ensure compliance, I fully agree, which is why we are working with the Department of Labor to ensure that we look at ways of strengthening the capacity that they have in relation to the inspections. But again, people are going to have permits because we're going to go in front for them. That's how cheap we take ourselves. We do not want to be associated with informal businesses, just like the hair industry. I'm looking at the ladies, they're beautiful here with their different hairstyles. I'm looking at the gentlemen, the haircuts that they have, the shaving that they do. But very few of us, South Africans, I just told you how much goes to that industry, 178 billion rands. That is produced. And that's an economy we're not paying attention to because, as they said, everyone, a child and over, they go to salon, but there are products in that space. Why don't we look into the entire ecosystem? Yes, I see the tenders, the municipality and government must give to us, but the tenders are only 30% contribution to the GDP. 70% is out there, which means it doesn't matter if government were to say, we're gonna give the entire business to small businesses. Still, it was gonna be a tiny drop because it's gonna be a 3 in a 10. We're still gonna come here and complain. Which is why what Ruben says, the understanding of your stakeholders and what they want to drive and the language that we speak. When you develop your own business plan, you shouldn't be developing a plan for government. The business idea that you have cannot entirely depend, I'm gonna buy transport because I'm gonna provide scholar transport. What happens when COVID puts us on level 5 and kids can't go to school? What happens when you say, I'm in the trucking business, I deliver coal, and then government says, we're looking at the just transition, we've got to make sure that we migrate. Yes, for now we go doing the hybrid way. What then happens? So it's important that when we invest in our business ideas, let's also tap into the digital side of them. COVID has shown, and the only businesses that survived during the COVID were the ones that realized that we are operating in a digital era, and therefore, it means if I'm a person who sells cabbages, I should be able to sell them on my WhatsApp and Facebook. I should be able to use Uber to deliver the cabbages. And the taxi industry should devise ways, if they're against Uber, they should devise ways to come to our garages and take the potatoes or the scones that we're baking and deliver to other people that need them. Because we do need those services, COVID or not. It requires us to say, if we are in the transport industry, who's supplying us with tires, who's supplying us, fuel licenses, and then all those things that Ubudi was saying they are in the automotive sector. But we cannot allow again that whilst we have the few that has tapped into that space, they are excluded deliberately. Ikhona ke lanto, ingabikho rule ethi it's not for all, but it's reserved for Stella. It's not return. But ma uyibona nje ukuthi lena yenzela uStella ukumila kwayo ekaStella. This is when we say as the department, we're in a process of getting a sector specialists that must help us look at those as well. To say, we see you are putting this, does this accommodate the small businesses? From the tender side, when you issue a tender, why are you excluding the small businesses? What if there are those that have capacity? But guess what? You have a spa, Ubudi was talking about the different cultivars that they have. You have a spa, I don't know how many are in this town. KFCs, how many are they? How many are supplied locally for the potatoes that you love, the chips that you love so much? How many come from this area on Mpumalanga that are supplying Spar, KFC, the lettuce that they produce, the chickens that go to your wings and the thighs, the fat thighs that we eat from KFC? And this goes directly to the LED strategy of a municipality that therefore gives permits to the business people that operates. But guess what? I said earlier, we come from different backgrounds, including the academic qualifications and exposure. If therefore the entrepreneurs themselves do not attend those IDP sessions, these things, they fall out of the plans. Because people think IDPs are for the unemployed, that are not looking at being small businesses. They think that it's for those that don't understand issues and politicians. And guess what? I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell learned people. For as long as you don't get involved as the people that have expertise in your areas, laws will be made and some of the laws will prohibit you from realizing your vision. When we talk of active citizenry, we don't mean that come and be politicians, but be responsible citizens that add value in the legislative and regulatory environment that we find ourselves. Ngoba izokuthola nobunesidanga ezi-25, nobune-50 billion, masupasa nje umthetho uthi awungena embombela. Khathali 50 billion yakho izokwenzana uzungena naye embombela. So it becomes important that these forums that are there, we engage with them. But again, as I talk about those forums, it becomes very critical, Budmandla, that we engage with the entrepreneurs themselves. Upon our appointment with the Deputy Minister in August, one thing that we've been doing was to do consultations. You have not seen us in the public. I've seen people angry with us, but we took time because we wanted to understand the portfolio and the ecosystem we're in, get to have an understanding from the hawkers, from everybody that is involved. Some of the associations that we're talking about, they are divided because we like to be factional everywhere. They themselves have 3 representatives. Who do we engage with as the department? How do we look at the businesses and the interests of that particular sector if you amongst yourselves are divided? The worst thing is when you go and find out that actually some of them in the forums, they don't even own businesses. They are lobby groups. And we have said, we're not gonna pay much attention to lobby groups. We're gonna go to the entrepreneurs themselves. That's why, as we talk about compliance, as I spoke about that platform that you are creating, we've got to make sure that we are talking to the right people. The issue of license that people must get those that are in formal business, and also the evidence for those that are in the informal businesses, that indeed they are the traders, is very important. Hence we said we will be working very closely with the LED officers that we all agree that they need to be capacitated. The LED officers are very critical officers, whether at local up to national level. They define how the structure of the economy must go in a particular area. They know that they have 50,000 people that are residing here. How many are homeowners? How many are renting? The standard of education, whatever. And therefore, what is it that we need to do in order to improve the economy so that people can be able to pay for rates, because people must pay for rates, and the municipality will thrive, so that we can be able to generate income to build the roads that people are talking about and be able to bring other partners to invest in our areas. All of this requires us to work together, colleagues. I want to emphasize that. That is why we said we're not going to go and do a plan and we put it there, because it's going to be a Sentin plan or a Pretoria plan. We want to go out and listen, and of course, as we talk about it, we're going to gazette it for everyone. We are drafting also the implementation plan. As somebody said, it's good to plans. Typical example is the National Development Plan. So we said we don't want a plan that goes by itself. We want a plan that goes with an implementation plan to say in the agricultural sector of small businesses, these are the opportunities. This is what lies with the private sector, this is what lies within government, and therefore private sector come on board and we allocate you.
based on what you do to say, you said you're going to incubate 5 businesses. Out of those 5 small businesses, let us make sure that they'll have access to market. Let us make sure that they can create 5 jobs each, because we've got to address all of this, as I said. We said it can be that there are mining areas in Mpumalanga, and therefore the people that are incubated all come from outside Mpumalanga, which tells you that the value chain is going to live in Mpumalanga. If we are to grow the economy, we've got to make sure that we're inclusive in everything and start where we are at. It doesn't mean we're chasing out those that are already there because there are contracts and legalities, and we're a constitutional country. But how do we make sure that as we come up with this plan and therefore these interventions based on the economic development strategies, we therefore go to DTIC to say, whoever comes on board now, these are the terms, and then Mpumalanga, when they come, this is the LED, so that they adhere to that. If you're opening a garage, what is it that we're going to contribute as the people of Mpumalanga in terms of the small businesses and the cooperatives? And yes, it is a must that we must assist yourselves. It is a must that we must try to help you find access to market. But asuzunikhangele lo msebenzi. Asuzikhangele ithenda. We're going to ensure that you comply. When they tell us, as you hear them, when they tell us that, Minister, we have 50 million rands to spend in Mbombela, we're going to ask them where, what kind of expertise do you need from small businesses? And therefore, Seda must therefore work with those LED offices to say, Nazi is in this sector, and they apply and do whatever. And then it is up to the small businesses that must compete quality and service, competing amongst yourselves. But at the center of that is also the collaboration that small businesses should learn. Ukuba ngaba uthi, USPA, they need about 50,000 bags of potatoes, and your farm can only produce 1,300. Why don't you come together? Make sure that you're going to supply SPA that 50,000, but of course, if you're bringing 300, you will get the value for 300. And this is how other countries and other businesses thrive. They don't say, I can't supply 50,000. They say, I'm going to do it, and they bring others, what we refer to as the commercial cooperatives, to make sure that they can supply what is needed. Because some of the businesses, they say, we are forced to leave because the demand can't be met by the small businesses because of their capacity. And we're saying that's not true. But again, you can't say it's not true if the small businesses are refusing to work with each other. The platform that I spoke about, again, will give you that opportunity that if you are tendering, if there's a call for whatever, you're able to see which the other small business that has applied has 10% of the requirement, the other 20%, and then we leave it to you to decide if you want to join hands with each other. Ours is to create an enabling environment, therefore expose you to the weaknesses that you have and the strength that you can gather from another person and become a competitive player in the space that we're talking about. Indoga sisinomcebo and electricity, Mayor, Aihle, asingabavali. Our policies do allow for set-asides, but in line with everything, managers don't use PFMA as a scapegoat. Let's understand them and then explain to them what is expected of us, but we shouldn't really close people out who are saying we're ready, but the crisis is this. If it's not the municipality's competence, it's ESCOM, it means we'll reach out to ESCOM. On the blockchain or the crypto revolution, yes, that's a fast-growing industry. I don't know where's the person that asked that. That's a fast-growing industry that unfortunately, they still see it as gambling. They are scared that it's forex, but it's the reality of the innovation. As you correctly put it, most countries have regularized it. Actually, here in South Africa, we have the ECTCA, the Electronic Communications and Transaction Act, that says, let them be registered. But now we're still having engagements because the advancements in technology, it is led now from the Reserve Bank in terms of saying what are the best ways of allowing for that. We have allowed some departments to pilot on blockchain for their finance systems. You are talking about transparency that Stella. There's no rotation to other small businesses. But you know that one of the capabilities of the blockchain technology is that you'll be able to see who got what. Even when we award a tender, you'll be able to see why did I not get it. Public Works is championing that already, but we have to finance things because we are saying, yes, you are allowing for technological advancements, but there are these stringent processes that we should also follow against the cyber crimes. So we're trying to make sure that whilst there's an opportunity, but we tighten the gap that is there. Otherwise, these are things that are being considered. But again, I used to say when I was in the other department, when I talked to the techno groups, to say, a revolution can only be carried out if there's disruption. If you conform to everything, you will never achieve what you want to achieve. That's what small businesses should do. Disrupt the status quo. I don't mean go and ban, please. I mean that organize yourself, get to do these things, and ask for opportunity to say we want to test and pilot and see if people will exclude on that. Good things that are properly checked, that are in the interest of our people. It is important. Trust me, you can go to any other country that is innovative. It is because of the disruptions, but good disruptions that must take us to greater heights. Besifuna ukwenza ukuya ezintenteni. Ukuhirisha intente. Hey mbem ziyadura intente. Yes. No, don't say yeah. Remember Ntesi Sebenza in a framework here that we go for the cheapest. So if e-service providers zethu, when government calls for procurement of those, they triple the price because they've not been getting business for the past 2 years. It becomes problematic. It becomes the sound system, the stage and all of those, it tells you, I know in the department they even presented something that was talking to 400,000 for sound and live streaming. All right, in my other life, I do events and weddings. I told them we charge 8,000 rand. Anybody who charges you above that is a criminal. We can't be paying for. Now imagine if every district were to pay 400,000. It would mean that we're not going to be able to cover the entire country that we want to cover. So that's why we also want to join. My predecessor, I know she raised this, to appeal to small businesses to say, be fair on your pricing. See, I understand at times, ngoma tenga tengisa, but at least don't put it to in a manner that it excludes all other people, that we're not able to service many people because of the high costs. So that's one of the contributing factors. Hence now we are going to Masipala. Actually, we had said when we saw that, we said maybe the best thing is that Maslale go Masipala. But as I'm saying, experience is that when we did that in other areas, we needed an overflow, so we ended up paying and all of those. But it is correct, Budwa. Anything that is being done, especially from our side at this department, responsible for small business development, has to be driven by small businesses. But as I'm saying, please do review your prices when we do that. I mean, like, you buy from the same places. Of course, I understand those that buy in bulk and they're able to get discounts. You have to learn that too, to buy in bulk. And then that we can help you with. The department champions those, including when they say they want SABS approved. The department is there to assist. Because as I said, we want to create a conducive environment for you. We want to make sure that if SABS says they need this, or whoever comes with standards, the department should be able to help you. We don't want anyone bringing an excuse to say you don't meet the standards and whatever that they are setting up. I would have loved to be here the whole day. According to the programmers, I want to apologize for the hour that we're late with. We're supposed to have closed the program here 12:30. Now it's 25 to 2, which means we have reimbursed you on time. We are now moving to the Ehlanzeni group. We are going to give feedback in 6 months. There's somebody who said maybe it's the last time they see us, but I want to emphasize as we give feedback, because of the nightmare that we're experiencing, we're not going to be able to carry out the logistical costs of the high numbers. So we'll be forced probably to say, let's have a broader platform. Probably we'll be fortunate enough that our platform that I spoke about will really be functioning and working for everyone. Then we just ask people to get into that platform. When it's virtual, it's going to be hybrid. We take a particular number, but I'm scared even to take a particular number because you're going to say these are our favorites that would have taken, but we'll find a way of ensuring that we can address and give feedback. The feedback will not say we have resolved the issues. It would say you raise this that needed an amendment, if it's an amendment or a review of the bylaw, and this is how far we've gone. Those that would have concluded would have been concluded. And of course, those that require Seda and sefa that are basic on applications and turnarounds would have been resolved, that's a guarantee. But on the others that take too long, please bear with us because we're working within a system that we still have to comply with. As I say that, allow me to say thank you for affording us an opportunity to engage with you. We are living here as better people. We learn it now on the work that you do and the challenges that we must help you address as you also help us to deliver on our mandate. The ANC government loves you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues, ngiyacabanga umhlonisho usuvalile, but what is key, wanted to indicate that at Ehlanzeni there are more than 200 people. So from here, we will be departing, the leadership in particular and our panelists, so that what we have done here must also be done at the chamber. So the Interregion Minister, our panelists and our colleagues in administration, those who are supposed to assist, and then we'll depart to Ehlanzeni District. Bese nina ke cha siyabonga umsebenzi omuhle kwakuthiwa kuzoba ne-exhibition, but I'm told that that exhibition is no longer there. So farewell till we meet again. Asibongeni.